So welcome everybody to the public online, the media, and oh, I just left the meeting. I'm sorry. I can't leave the meeting. One moment. I need to be there. But you're recording. Sorry about that, folks. My computer disconnected. So friendly reminder to the folks online, the chat function is reserved for directors and staff until we have public time at around 11:40, 11:45-ish. In which point we'll ask the public or the Valley Voice, or the media, I just saw the Valley Voice, if they would like to ask a question. We'll have our morning break at 10:30 and lunch at noon. That's roughly our schedule. And so we will go ahead and begin the meeting. Turn on my video. I'd like to acknowledge and respect the Indigenous people within whose traditional lands we're meeting today. And I'll call for a motion to adopt the agenda. Hewitt, Papa, any edits, corrections? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Adoption of the minutes 2.3 from September. Thank you, McFadden. Papa, any edits, corrections? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. CAO, you have a few introductions. Go ahead.
So through the chair, in the room, actually, we have Rashad Gaba. He is our planner who is on a term position replacing Dana Hawkins as she's off on maternity leave. So Rashad joined us about 2 weeks ago and is getting knee deep into the lovely world of planning at the regional district.
Welcome. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Michelle West is our new GIS manager. So we had a request for some reduced hours from our former GIS manager, Krista Williams. So she's moved down into actually the GIS analyst position. And we ran a competition for the manager position, which Michelle won. So we're very pleased to have her move up into that position. And excitedly and online, we've got Tristan Feist, who is our new regional fire chief, effective this past Tuesday. So Tristan comes into our regional group being promoted from the deputy position. And one of the first things that we're actually going to work on is taking a look at our regional model and seeing how we're going to be able to improve it based on the availability of that internal position and see how things are organized there. So stay tuned for more details on that probably as we get into budgets.
Thank you. Welcome, Tristan. Well,
Thank you.
Known you for a bit. Welcome to that role. Good to see you.
Likewise. Yeah, I appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, business arising out of minutes 3.1. This is being requested to be referred again until post the election. I would like to make that motion. Thank you. Weatherhead, Page. This is a referral, so just on the propriety referral, any questions? Checking chat. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. 4.1 is for information. These are all of our committees and commissions. Good. Any questions? Okay. With recommendations 4.2.1, Roseberry Parklands. Is that Dr. Papa? Go ahead.
Yes. I will move the first recommendation that the board directs staff to explore with the recreation sites and trails BC the idea of managing Galena Trail with Trail Society in the northern portion of Area H.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you, Dr. Lund. Discussion? Any questions? Yes.
I have a question. Does this mean, is this a trail that is owned by RDCK?
Yeah, if I can respond to the chair. No, it's not owned by RDCK, but we have a tenure on the trail from the Prowman Ranch to manage the trail.
The RDCK.
And it's an RDCK service.
Thank you.
Thank you. So this would come back to the board for further discussion once they review the options.
That's correct.
Okay, great. Good. All those in favor? Opposed?
Participants.
Oh, thank you. Oh. Participants, who's in? So Slocan. Okay, so I'll just look to Director Fike online, who's the only director of the participants. Are you in favor, Director Fike? Okay, we're good. Anybody opposed? Seeing none, well, it's only participants. And your second motion, go ahead.
their working group be formed to develop content for a sign of historical recognition and acknowledgement of the contribution by Grant Copeland and other volunteers to the development of the Galena Trail in New Denver and Roseberry.
Thank you. Also participants only, seconded Director Lund, discussion. Anybody can ask questions. Jackman, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And two thoughts on this. One, I guess, is what's the working group? Is this going to involve senior staff or something that maybe needs to be very local? And two, I've never thought it's appropriate for us to end up maybe putting people's names to things that we own. And, maybe we should put a few Indigenous names to things we own, or just put names that have a meaning of place for whatever reason. If you talk about inequity, poverty, how we are perceived as our colonial past and nothing, I have no idea who this person is or what their involvement is. Every time we stick a family name on something, it means different things to different people. And I just wish we wouldn't do that. I brought this up a couple times. I got a bunch of frowns around the table in the past. I'm bringing it up again. No idea what the family history is, what the meaning is, but we see we're removing family names and historical figures across this continent for various reasons. So if we just didn't put names on stuff, we wouldn't be up with that. It's just community. Didn't build this trail. Animals created the trail. Indigenous peoples, as I had the discussion with Suk and Louis on the anniversary of the Salmo Creston Pass, Indigenous persons followed the animal trails and made them more suitable for human travelers. Then colonial people said, oh, we discovered a pass, the Dewdney Trail, this, that. That's all kind of nonsense. We follow animal tracks. So I just rather we get away from this.
Okay. Sorry, I was just pointing, Joe's put his camera on, so can I have Joe respond? And then I'll come back to you, Director Popoff.
Sure.
Go ahead, Joe.
Through the chair, I have to apologize. I was interrupted with an operational issue, so I've only just started to hear from what Director Jackman just said. Sorry.
That's okay. It's related to the motion that a working group be formed to develop content for a sign for historical recognition with the name of an individual for the Galena Trail in New Denver and Roseberry. And Director Jackman's comment was regarding the appropriateness of using an individual's name and also Indigenous recognition. So I'm just wondering, sorry, your first question was the working group, will they have staff?
Who is that?
Who is the working group? That was the first question. I think the second part was more of a comment, but if you have comment, and then I'll go back to Director Popoff.
Yeah, through the chair, I think it would be important that if we have a working group that it's supported by staff. So that part, we haven't identified any staff for this yet. In terms of, but I do agree that any time that we are interpreting historical information, that we have to be very cognizant of what we might be interpreting. That's very true. So like no matter what, Sarah Fuhr would be a part of any of that, just to make sure we're covering our bases. And it would anything that was produced by the working group or suggested would need to be reviewed by Sarah in particular, and to make sure that we feel that it's covered everything off. But we don't have any guidelines on that at the moment.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to, I've got Paige now. Do you want to come back to it towards the end, or do you want to speak now?
Well, I'll speak at the end.
Okay, Director Page, go ahead.
Thanks. I appreciate the commentary. To me, when I look at this, it sounds like from a community services perspective, from a REC's perspective, from a trails perspective, we as the regional district would want to have more of a look across the trails, and what the key pieces I see here are content for a sign. So when I think of a sign, I think of expressing and informing the public of cultural, historical amenities and history around them. What does that look like? So it feels like it's another RDCK endeavor across the district. So it feels consistent, and so that there's other high priorities out there and user groups to engage with, and engagement with the archives in the local area to find out additional information, put good opportunity for education out there. Let's do it, across and consistently, so it feels like one service is being provided when you hit the trails around the area. And once that kind of work has been done, then I feel we can nominate things and have a process whereby things are nominated to be reviewed, to be included in something like that. And that would be a program I think would continue to deliver benefit. This one-off maybe that could park behind some additional planning, or when we're doing this, if this group forms, staff can take that input and think about how would we do this across all parks and trails.
Thank you. I note your hand, Weatherhead. What I just want to suggest is that given your first motion is to look at handing it back to rec sites and trails, that the second action isn't actioned until you've determined who's actually taking over occupation and management of it. Because that will determine the policies. If it is, as I agree with Director Page, we need to look at something that is across all of our parks. So I just think that one is contingent on the other. So I'm just wondering if staff want to comment on that, or just the appropriateness on the flow of this. We should really deal with the first one in terms of an action, and then do the second one to whatever group is actually managing it.
Through the chair, that would be logical.
Okay, so Weatherhead, I'm gonna come back to you in a sec, but because I've suggested that, Director Popoff, I wanna come back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Director Jackman's comments are, well, taken in contact, whatever, and this is the purpose of having a working group. Local people that live in the area, that were involved in the trail, that maintain the trail, or even building the trail, and staff to provide direction about the indigenous aspect of the trail. Now, I'm not too sure whether that was done by animals or that was a rail trail, because in Sandon, there was a mine there. And I believe that possibly could have been a rail trail, but I haven't been around that long to really confirm whether it was a rail trail or not. So, and this is the purpose of the working group, to get together and find out, what we can do with signage. And as you said, it'd be dependent on if we're still having the tenure on it, then it's going to proceed. If we don't get tenure, if the tenure goes back to Rail Trail Society, then we won't be involved.
Okay, I see Joe's hand up. Director Weatherhead, do you want to go ahead, and then I'll go to Joe?
Thank you, through the chair, just, totally aside, but under the same, is that another way to acknowledge volunteers is with a bench and a plaque or things like that, just to acknowledge the work that people put in. That's what we do on our trails. We acknowledge people that way. And that's just another way of doing it, so. Thank you.
Okay, Joe, I'll go to you, and then I'd recommend that we refer this to the working group.
Yeah, no, through the chair, just Director Popoff is correct. So like what the trail is established on is an old rail right of way. And in fact, over the years, we've had different land disputes because where that rail right of way is and where the trail is, they don't necessarily always line up. So, but that is what that trail is based on. But just because it's a trail right of way, doesn't diminish the need to make sure that interpretation includes First Nation historical use, because the same holds true of where sometimes trail right of ways are. So so that just to be clear, but it is a trail right of way.
Thank you. So then, sorry, I was incorrect in referring it to a working group, because that is the motion here. What I'd recommend is that this is deferred until it's determined who's maintaining ownership. But I'll leave it to you, Director Popoff. The motion is on the floor.
Yeah, it's a recommendation to staff to explore all of that with the working group.
Okay. So leave it as is?
As is.
Okay, thanks.
Well,
Paige?
as it is direction to form a working group.
Yes.
A working group be formed. not a
Yeah,
recommendation.
to discuss that. Okay, great. Okay, Director Hewitt.
Thank you, through the chair. I'm just wondering if changing the word from and to including acknowledgement, then it doesn't preclude any other content from being considered. So historical recognition, including acknowledgement, because then it opens the door for it to encompass many different
Right.
things.
Do you accept that as a friendly amendment?
Yes.
Who seconded that? Me. Thank you. Are you good with that, Director Lund? Okay. Including, you got that, Ange? Okay, so participants only, all those in favor? Director Fike, thank you. Okay. Director Davidoff, can you please use chat? I do not see hands. There's way too much to look at. So now that I see
Chair.
you, go ahead.
On privilege, I have tried to use chat and my messaging says that chat is disabled. So I was just gonna rise on privilege to say that I'm here, wanted to check connectivity, but my chat is disabled. And that's the message I have, and that's the privilege item I want to address. Because I can't use chat. It says it's disabled.
Okay, got it. Let me just check. Director Fike, can you use chat? Director Jackman can use it. Director Fike, can you check?
Yeah, it just turned on. Somebody just turned it on.
Okay, well, Director Davidoff, you have a message in chat from 9/11 that says you're having connectivity issues and have just been able to join the meeting. So I assume it is working for you.
It is working now because it said before it wasn't. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, great. Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you.
And yes, I do apologize. The hand function, yes, use it when you can't use chat, but otherwise I can miss you and I don't want to do that. So thank you.
Through the chair, just so you know, there's another message. So what Director Davidoff is seeing is that there is a message from the system that says, due to the large number of participants in this meeting, system messages for those who joined or left have been disabled. So there just may need to be something that we need to watch and monitor.
Okay, great. Thanks, Joe. Director Lockwood's watching chat. I've got chat open, so we'll do our best. And
I'll try and see.
okay, great. 4.2.2 Samoan Area G Rec Commission number 7 minutes. Who would like to move that? Lockwood. Director Cunningham, you second. Discussion. Yes, Lockwood.
I just want to make sure that, because in there it says staff to send a letter to outgoing members, which happened at the last meeting. But the motion is about a terms of reference, so I just want to make sure that we're clear on what we're doing here.
Joe, can you answer that?
Well, I think what it's a, go ahead, Ange.
Through the chair, so, a motion was put forward at the September meeting for the individuals.
Yeah.
Resolution 497. That is just a note, so that everyone knows that that was taken care of last month.
Oh.
And that, the recommendation that's put forward right now is the only one that we're addressing.
Okay, it was just confusing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion? This is participants only. Is it Samuel G? Anybody else? Just checking. All right, you guys in favor? Anybody opposed? Okay, good. Thank you. 4.2.3 Cascar and District Rec Commission. Yes, go ahead, Director McFadden.
That the board approve an amendment to the 2024 financial plan for Cascar and District Community Facilities, Recreation, Parks and Leisure Services, Cascar and areas I and J S222 to include a decrease of $137,450 in capital expenditures and an increase of $15,450 in operating expenditures and a decrease of $122,000 in transfer from reserves.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Oh, thank you, Dr. Hanegraaff. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, this is all vote weighted. Thank you. Anybody opposed? Okay, great. Area A Rec Commission.
Yeah, thanks. This is all vote, recommend the board approve a payment of the following grants from Rec 9 Commission, Area A Service S232 as listed.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you to Boone. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Crescent Valley Services Committee.
Can I dare anybody else to try to pronounce that word?
Yeah.
I know how to pronounce it, but I dare you to try.
Let's
So-
hear you.
That the board send a letter of support to the town of Crescent for the Kootenay application at Market Park site for rural economic diversification and infrastructure program.
Thank you, Director Jackman. Discussion, this is all vote. Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed, carried, and your next motion?
That the board approve payment of $22,000 for each of the 2025 and 2026 budget years from Service 108 Economic Development, Creston Area B, Area C, to the Creston Valley Tourism Society, subject to confirmation of the successful grant application to Destination BC's Co-op Marketing Partnership Program for each of those years.
Second, Director Tierney, discussion. I'm gonna just go ahead and ask about committing funds beyond the budget year for grants. I know we do it, but is there risk to that if one lands in an election year and someone changes their mind?
No, through the chair, this doesn't cross election years, so there's no,
Okay.
it's in the financial plan right now.
Right.
Yes.
It's the end of 2026 is the election. Okay, great. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 4.2.6, portion of Area E.
I'll vote that the board approve payment of the following grants from the Rec Commission 10, portion of Area E, property thereof, Dr. Queen Space Service number 10, Kootenay Lake County Network as listed.
Okay, great. Do we have a second? Thank you, Director Page. Discussion? I feel like I'm going cross-eyed here. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Director Popoff, do you want to do the Joint Resource Committee motions?
Okay, the first one is an all vote, that the board authorize staff to purchase a Hyundai HL 940A loader for the Woodland Equipment from Woodland Equipment Incorporated up to a total cost of $265,790, excluding taxes. And further, the chairman corporate officer be authorized to sign the necessary documents, and further, that the cost to be paid from Service 187 Central Waste.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. And Director Newell, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I just wondered, through the chair to, staff, Stuart probably, what is our policy on the board the board, choosing, a successful contract other than that which was, recommended and scored the highest, in the staff's assessment?
Through the chair, the board's free to do whatever they wish to do with the result that staff presents. Staff tries to, prepare an unbiased summary of the weightings of all the criteria we've got in the RFP and bring that forward. In this case, the difference between the rankings was as close as it could possibly be. So the board's free to choose another option.
Yeah, fair enough. Thanks. I just wanted to clarify that. I kind of knew that, but now it's been said out loud. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Newell. Director Cunningham, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. On the same topic, I was wondering if we choose a tender that is not the lowest, can anything go wrong? I mean, I recall some years ago when we were in the other building, heating unit went out and cost us $60,000. It went to tender, and the board and staff decided to choose the higher one because that was the same person who had serviced equipment in the past, and would also have familiarity with servicing the new equipment, which was identical. And because of the familiarity, that's what, in any case, the lowest bidder sued successfully.
So through the chair, this is the lowest bid, so that wouldn't be applicable to this situation.
No, I understand.
However, the only reason that would be a risk is if the RFP said the only evaluating criteria is price. And that's all we're going to evaluate on is price, then you'd be forced to choose the lowest bidder, regardless of the other criteria.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Paige, is it on the motion or on? Okay, go ahead.
To staff, the item yesterday included a costing for a pro maintenance package that wasn't included on the Hyundai. Is this $265,000 include getting that pro package if staff wanted to, or are we restricting staff not to?
I don't believe it includes it.
Yeah,
I'd have to get Mark and Larry back in here to confirm that.
Jeff just turned his video on.
Okay, just wondering if we should change the up to number.
Yeah, go ahead, assuming you wanted to speak.
Yeah, through the chair, that the 265 does not include the $22,000 service package.
Do we want to? So you're wishing to include that? That would be your,
Well, I'm wishing to give staff the room to include it when they
right?
execute on this, when I give them that latitude.
Okay, and what is the best process to do that?
Through the chair, you'd amend the dollar amount from 265,790 to 287,790.
Okay, and I see Hewitt, so just hang on to that page. Hewitt?
Through the chair, my question through to staff would be, is that pro package specific to the unit that was referenced in the recommendation? It might not have been an option for across the different models or makes. So to include something that might not be an option for the unit that's being chosen.
So I think we have two options in front of us. We can either amend it and staff will deal with it and either not have it applied, or we refer this until we can have Larry back to discuss it. What's your call?
Through the chair, it's not my call.
No, sorry. What's your recommendation? And sorry, yeah, if you're still unmuted, do you have further?
Yeah, through that chair, that $22,000 item that is mentioned in option B is specific to the Hyundai loader that the board recommended yesterday. So that would be an additional cost, and it is specific to that unit.
All right, so we've got our answer. I think we can, if you would like to make that amendment, you can, Director Page.
I would.
Okay, so let's just make sure Ange has it.
So through the chair, the amount would be 287,790.
Yes. So you're making that as an amendment. I'm gonna take it as an amendment so we can debate it if needed. Second as an amendment. So on the amendment only discussion. Vandenberg and then Jackman.
If this is the desire of the board, then that amount should be up to, excluding taxes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so that's a friendly addition to the amendment and up to, Ange, you got that?
It's
Sorry, it's already there.
Okay,
Not mine.
yeah, it is up to a total
Up
cost.
to,
Oh, sorry, apologies, it is.
okay, Jackman.
Yeah, so same point that we're giving staff discretion. And do we need to actually state that in any way?
I think
That's
that's
staff
two.
discretion on the whatever package.
Yeah.
So it's super clear why it's up to the bigger number.
Yes,
With, or add on to it, with staff's discretion to exercise the optional package, that kind of thing.
okay,
And it's super clear.
so you're good with that?
Well, do we want to add those words to make it clearer? I can leave it.
Okay, I think we're good. Papa.
Yeah, I do have a question, and through the chair to staff. If we did not include that amount, that is, with the amended amount, would they still have the option to purchase that, maintenance package, or does it have to come back to the board?
Yeah, we're Stuart.
Through the chair, this would have to come back to the board.
Okay.
Because it would be part of this asset purchase, which is well over staff's authority.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Hewitt.
Actually, through the chair, reading yesterday's report, that $20,000 package was included with the one that was recommended by staff, not the one that we have gone for.
Yes.
So is it an option to purchase? We would just have to do the repairs, right? So that doesn't, right? It's not like there's a package noted that's available that I'm sure they would have put that in their bid.
I mean, my recollection from the meeting is that when that was asked, we don't have the ability to do any repairs. And so it would need to include the package to do that. And there was also a discussion regarding any of the warranties that come with it, generally require it to be that manufacturer to be doing them.
or certified.
or certified. So I think I don't have your answer. Stuart, do you?
Sure.
Just give me a minute, please.
Sure.
Too many people.
Yeah, but those, I have to go back to the report. I know this is last week.
I'm gonna recommend we either table this. Too many people are trying to talk. So Director Hewitt, your main question is essentially, why was the package not included if this was one of the options?
Yes, we're adding something to the resolution that wasn't noted in the report that I can see.
I'm just clarifying your question. I had Paige that wanted to respond, and then, sorry, Lockwood first, go.
So I wrote down numbers yesterday. Yes, in that $303,000, the 2,000 hour maintenance program was included in that price. The 2,000 hour maintenance program was not included in the 265, and it was going to be an extra 22,300 for the exact same package through Hyundai.
So we're adding it with this amendment. Okay. Paige on the final?
Yeah, I would just say we had discussions around what that looked like coming from the vendor. And there was direction, or at least conversation that was heard in the room from staff around, are there other ways to achieve the same results? Can you get a local certified Hyundai technician that may not be attached to the main seller that also meets those requirements? So this gives our staff operational room to make that choice. On the other side, they may decide that there's a contract half as much locally that they can tie into, and I want to give them that latitude. If they get at the end of that process, you're like, actually the value add for getting this 22 makes sense. We're still cheaper. We still have a machine, and it was still one of the options. So I would just give them a latitude, and they've heard us already on how we want to see those efficiencies try to manifest when it comes to purchasing.
Okay. Hewitt?
I just wanted to say that I stand corrected. I saw it in the cons. It wasn't in the upper part of the
Right.
thing. So I saw it in the cons where it was 22,000.
Yeah.
So,
Okay. We're doing good. Giving staff latitude to do the best plan. So on the amendment, all those in favor? Anybody opposed? Opposed, Newell? Newell, were you opposed?
Yeah, I'm trying to sort through it. Yes, recorded.
On the amendment?
Oh, no. Yeah, no, never mind recording the amendment. I won't vote on it.
Okay, so the
Thank
amendment
you. Sorry
passes.
about that. I was thinking of the main motion. Sorry.
Okay, well, now we're on the main motion. As amended, all those in favor? Anybody opposed? Newell opposed, and that's recorded?
Yeah.
Okay. Got it,
Thank
Ann?
you.
Okay, amended.
Chair, I have a
Newell.
point of order, just something I want to ask on process on the meeting.
Yes?
Yeah, thank you. I had connectivity issues. I did text the CAO that I was having connectivity issues. And I'm just wondering, I do have a director's motion that I was going to add to the agenda. Should I wait now until director's motions come up? I posted it in chat, or is that something that the meeting could accept as a director's motion at any time during the meeting? What is the chair?
It will be a notice of motion. We have it, and it'll just be in the minutes. It will be debated in November.
Yeah, it'll be added as a director's
To the
motion.
minutes, yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
Got it. Thank you. Second motion, back to you, Director Popoff.
Okay, back to recommendation number 2. And this is participants only weighted. That the board accept the insurance modification to the professional liability, errors and omissions coverage for Sperling Hampton Associates Incorporated for the McCuskland closure planning project to reduce in aggregate amount from $10 million to $5 million.
Thank you. Second, Lockwood, participants only, this would be the West Resource. So Vandenberg, go ahead.
So yesterday we spent a little bit of time understanding the influences and some of the challenges when we put out RFPs to our service providers, and that the cost of insurance is becoming obviously part of our conversations over and over again. What we didn't have time to talk about was, is this going to be a trend going forward? Are we gonna have to change our policy when we're trying to define what our high risk, medium risk, and low risk is, to match the appropriate insurance amount? Because it's getting expensive, we are accepting lower coverages of insurance to cover with the same amount of risk. What does that mean for us going forward?
So we did have this conversation yesterday. We do have a notice of motion for November already from Director Page to review our risk matrix.
Yep,
that
and this is
looks
now
at
at
that.
the board, so I'm bringing this forward so that,
Director Vandenberg, I'm responding and I will redirect your question. I'm just making sure everybody who's listening that was not a part of the meeting yesterday, we did have this conversation. We have a notice of motion to look at the policy. We assessed that during this motion yesterday and determined that our risk matrix was too vague to catch, that this did not carry the risk that would have been included in a construction aspect. This is design. And so we will address the risk matrix and make it more specific based on the motion that's already been submitted for November. And then I will just get Stuart to respond further to your question.
great, thank you to the chair for intercepting before I had a chance to explain all that, but thank you for that.
And to the chair, I'd say it's already a trend. You know, we're noticing that there's a lot of vendors who cannot meet our original matrix on insurance requirements. So we do bring these to the board from time to time because only you have the ability to waive them at a certain level with respect to the high risk activities. I do think the matrix needs looking at in terms of what those high risk activities are. And then in some cases, there might be other decisions we've got to make where we want them to have that insurance. They are potentially at risk of not accepting the project because of that. And then there might have to be some sort of arrangement financially to say, okay, who's gonna pick up the bill for the extra insurance that they have to get for the specific project. And that would be something that we have to deal with at that time, based on our revised matrix and whether or not that comes to board for approval. So I think that Director Page's notice of motion that will be in the minutes later. I think that although the idea was just to look at the high risk activities, I think it's going to open up a little bit of a broader conversation around the risk tolerance that the board might have for certain projects like these desk jobs. You know, this is someone behind a desk, and whether or not necessarily in the field, but it's still something we need to consider as to what their work is being used for down the road.
Thank you, and that's for the benefit of everybody that wasn't here yesterday.
Thank you. So we've got David off. I just want to know, let's stick to the motion, the risk matrix conversation. We will get to when we come to that motion in November. So David off on the motion.
Yeah, could you just clarify which motion we're making right now? This is the one to reduce the amount of insurance, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, I speak against this. I spoke to it yesterday, and I'll just say that everything that I think needed to be said has been said by the CAO and by Director Vandenberg, and the risk matrix is really important. As a former representative, RDCK representative at MIABC, I don't like the trend. I think we need to have adequate insurance, so I speak against this motion.
Thank you, Dr. Davidoff. We'll just note the report identified MIABC's criteria, and this reduction meets their criteria. So we are not increasing risk to the RDCK by doing this based on MIABC criteria.
So supplemental, Chair?
Yes.
I don't believe that's 100% accurate. I think it's not our policy. Let's just say I speak against this. I believe that there should be adequate insurance, and I'll stop there, and I'm recorded opposed. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm only going by what was in the report. Further discussion? Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? We have David off recorded. What's that?
Participants only.
Oh, my apologies, participants only. So David Off is a participant, recorded opposed, West Resource. All those in favor? West, 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 West. Thank you. Okay, David Off opposed. Henny, sorry, Director Hanegraaff, that was in favor or opposed? We got it.
In favor, sorry, bit slow.
That's okay, thank you. Technology, you can participate even when you're not well. Okay, thanks, Director David Off, if you can mute and take your hand down, that would be helpful, thanks. Okay, number 3, participants only weighted. Go ahead, Director Popoff. Whew, we got a lot of motions and joints, so let's not repeat the conversations from yesterday if we can, thank you.
Yeah, and we did have considerable debate on all of the motions that I'm putting forward.
Thank
So
you.
that the board directs staff to issue a single request for a proposal to combine the Creston landfill and Creston compost facility operations contracts with costs to be paid from services 186 East Resort Recovery and A120 East Compost respectively. And participants only.
Thank you. So this is East Resource. Of course, anybody can ask questions that were not asked yesterday. Further discussion? All those in favor for East? Good, good. Okay, anybody opposed from East? Nope, okay, thank you. Number 5.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, you can't block Hazel's contracts.
Yeah, well, I've got to read them all. So that the board approve the RDCK enter into a service agreement with GFL Environmental Limited for the operations and maintenance of the Creston landfill for a 6-month term starting April 1st, 2025 at a total cost of up to $218,034, not including GST. And further, that the chairman corporate officer be authorized to sign the necessary documents. And further, the cost be paid from Service 186 East Sub-Region Resource Recovery Service.
Thank you. Also, this is
Second.
all vote weighted. Second, thank you. This is all vote, right? Number 5? Yep. Discussion. Anything online in the room? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And number 6.
And number 5, it's
Oh, I got 6 on mine. We just did that one. Oh, I missed 4 altogether. Thank you. Keeping me on track. Good job. Number 5.
It's an all vote.
Thank you.
That the board approve the RDCK extended service agreement with GFL Environmental Limited for the operations and maintenance of the Creston compost facility for a 5-month and 20-day term starting April 10, 2025 at a cost of up to $86,659, not including GST. And further, the chairman or officer be authorized to sign the necessary documents, and further, the cost be paid from service A119 East Compost.
Thank you. Second, thank you. Discussion. This one is all vote weighted. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Now, number 6.
6, thank you.
That the board approved the RDCK enter into a consulting services agreement with SLR Consulting Incorporated for works associated with environmental support for the HB tailings facility for a 3-year term starting January 1st, 2025 at a total cost of up to $359,800, not including GST. And further, the consulting services agreement provide 2 optional 1-year extensions upon mutual agreement of both parties. And
That's probably good. You can just read the beginning. Do we have a second? Thank you, DeBoon. This is all vote weighted, Service 187 Central. Discussion? Yes.
Thank you. So through the chair, and I said this yesterday, and I'll reiterate it today, that I'm fundamentally opposed to direct award contracts. I've been on the other side where a contract was coming up for renewal. We had invested and hoping to bid on it, and it was direct awarded. The people didn't even know that we were planning on bidding on it. So for those reasons, I just cannot support this and I would oppose it.
Okay. Further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed, recorded opposed?
Please.
Okay. Recorded opposed, Graham Vandenberg. Yeah. I keep thinking of your first names, that's what took me a minute.
Number 7,
Yes, go ahead.
that the board approve the RDCK enter into a consulting service agreement with SRK Consulting Limited for works associated with engineering consulting for the HB tailings facility for a 2-year term starting November 17, 2024 at a total cost of $513,021, not including GST. And further, the consulting service agreement provide 3 optional 1-year extensions upon mutual agreement of both parties. And further, that the board accept an insurance deductible modification for professional errors and omissions liability insurance to increase the deductible from $50,000 to $500,000. And further, that the board accept the modification to the professional errors and omissions liability coverage to reduce in aggregate amount from $10 million to $5 million, and corporate officer and date from service 187.
Thank you. Do you have a second? Thank you, Weatherhead. Discussion. I do want to note, and Director Newell, I'll send this to you as the Central Resource Chair, is that given the discussions and some of the stuff that's coming up, this is a 20-year-old process. So I think it would be important at Central Resource to have an HB dam discussion regarding some of the history that Director Graham has raised, and when we've had this discussion previously over Director Ward. I think that'd be an important conversation to have. I don't want to repeat it at the table today, but I wanted to note it to you as chair that I'll send that to you. Okay. I just don't want to lose sight of your notes and that I'm flagging it for the committee.
Yeah.
Could I,
Yes, no.
since you directed that toward me, I don't quite understand what conversation you're saying we should have. I kind of missed what you were saying.
That's okay, Director Newell. I'm going to send you an email, just essentially that Central Resource, I'm going to make a request for an item. So I'll send you an email.
Very good, thanks.
All those in favor? Opposed?
Recorded, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
You got that, Ange?
I just said that.
Yeah. Go ahead, Director Popoff.
Yeah, last and final item, number 8, all vote weighted, that the board authorize the renewal of the license of occupation with the city of Nelson for Nelson Lakeside Recycling Depot for a term of January 1st, 2024 to December 31st, 2025 at the fee of $58,308.27 per year, and for the corporate officer and be paid from service number A117 Central Subregion Recycling.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you, Weatherhead. All vote weighted. Discussion. Checking online. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. All right, membership. So we did combine these all under one. Are these separate motions or one motion? One motion. Okay, so we did clarify, because both Director Graham and I misread this. The last portion is to send a letter to the outgoing members, which we both thought were appointing them, and we knew that they were already there. Okay,
I'll make that motion.
thank you, Director Hewitt. Second. Thank you, Weatherhead. Discussion, McLaren Co.
Thanks, Chair. I was just, now that we've combined everything, I was gonna actually ask for division of the first part. Given that we are waiting for a staff report on the potential future composition of commissions, and commission number 4 essentially is non-functioning right now. I think Director Weatherhead and I, we're happy to refer that part if we can divide that out. Please.
Sure.
My second was not a second. I was
To do that, okay. Angela?
We could just adjust the recommendation to remove that appointment as of now
Okay.
and bring it back in the future.
So remove Nakuspan Area K first component. And you don't need any adjustment to the motion, or we've done it.
It just needs to be moved and seconded.
So moved and seconded with the removal of Nakuspan K. Thank you, thank you. Okay, good. Thank you, staff. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. All right, director's report. So we did verbal, you did verbal in September, correct? Okay, thank you. Thank you, everybody, to your reports. Really well done. We won't discuss them, but they're there for your information. Everybody's working hard. Correspondence. So this is just for our information. Just noting. And then communications, those are two different responses to our meetings at UBCM and the letter we sent on the River Salmon introduction. So we're good. Okay, bylaws, 8.1. Account numbers. Oh, accounts payable. Oh, it's received for information. Any questions? Grant?
Thank you. Through the chair, just one question, which is regarding the Lionsgate Risk Management Group for almost $600,000. 594, 146.
Off the top of my head, no, I'll get that from my report and open.
I'm pretty good at numbers, but I do understand we can't remember everything. Okay, so we'll come back to that in open. 8.1, sorry, were there other questions on accounts payable? Just one for you? Okay, great. Okay, so the procedure bylaw, I just wanted to kind of lay out the process here and also let you know what the public consultation process is as well. So this is a bylaw. So today what we're doing is staff received all your survey responses, and based on those survey responses, they have created the red line version that was in the agenda. There are several options in front of you, option 1 and option 2, I believe. Was there an option 3 as well? I just wanted to, I guess 3 is not doing anything. So we're going to focus on those 2 options. Once we give direction on those options, that will go back to staff and they will edit it according to what our direction is. Once we've gotten to as final as we are going to get in terms of our review on it, it then goes for the public to review. It's not a public hearing. These don't require public hearings, but it is made to the public. If it comes back to us and we make changes again, we will do that process again. So just letting you know what the public engagement process is on it. In terms of the options, you do have option 1. If you can pull up the report, that'd be great. Hold it out. That's not one.
First and
What page?
It's okay. I'll just pull it up. So the one note I wanted to make that was something I had to remind myself of reading it through is that when you see an option 2, which was the main one I wanted us to be really clear about, is if we are going to use the procedures bylaw, and staff will ask you to correct me if I'm wrong here, to designate how we participate, we are not employees of the RDCK. We are contractors. And so it is a fine line when it comes into how much we prescribe our participation from a how. The LGA describes when. If you miss a certain amount of meetings, the LGA does give you descriptions around what needs to occur at that point. So as we get into the how, we do need to be cautious as we are not employees, we are contractors. So just remember that. I've got David off on the list, Jackman on the list, and I'm just going to pull this up. Staff, was there anything else you wanted to say on the process so far? Or correct me? Ange? Okay, and okay, so I'm just going to make sure we know the option. The board supports bylaw 2.9 number and requires no further provisions. That would be basically looking at the red line saying, yeah, we're good to go. Option 2 is the board directs staff to include the language as per the director's survey to add part 3 meetings, addition, attendance of directors at board meetings, and to further evaluate implementation of the provisions. And this is my point of pointing out point 2. Option 2 is that it would include a legal opinion based on the fact that we have to be careful about those how descriptions. And then option 3 would be to provide no further input and incorporate the procedure bylaw for 3 readings and going to public. Okay, so those are our 3 options. First on the list is Director David Ock. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry. Yeah,
No,
I'm actually really anxious and triggered about one of the results of the survey. And that is the one limiting the options for the number of times that a director can participate in a board meeting by electronic means. I have comments to make that I will not make in public meeting, but I will make in camera about some of the reasons why I'm not attending board meetings in person. I don't believe it belongs in the public realm. However, I have made a written comment and I'm going to read it into the record. It's in the report. The RDCK is a progressive organization that adopted the remote meeting option pre-COVID to accommodate directors and others who required the same for personal safety, winter roads, and personal safety reasons, medical reasons, and to avoid unnecessary childcare, travel, and accommodation expenses. And that option should remain as a progressive accessibility and inclusion option. I have used the RDCK option pre-COVID and shared it with many other organizations who considered this and adopted this as ours being a very progressive organization. And if this passes, I will be resigning from the RDCK Inclusion and Accessibility Committee as the RDCK, one of the two RDCK reps. It is retrogressive. It is not progressive. And I'm going to stop right now because I now, my reasons for doing this remotely are coming out, and actually may need to leave the meeting, but I will shut off my video and audio at this time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Director Davidoff. Director Jackman, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the previous director's comments, and I think that's just maybe part of outlining why we're not ready to go to option 2 yet. There's work to do, but it's a living document. So whether or not the work happens, that's a future issue. Staff has done a lot of good work today, a lot of clarifications, a lot of updates. I'm heavily leaning into option 1. Let's take advantage of all the good work we've seen done. I won't move the motion right away because I'm interested in what my peers think, but that's where I'm ready to go.
Okay, great. Thank you. Director Newell.
Thank you. I want to change my survey response. Thank you to the previous 2 directors. I think that we need to spend some time together working on the remote aspect. I was going to ask Stuart in regard to our policy, because we were looking at the remuneration policy 4 years ago for maternity leave and that kind of thing. And I believe Stuart said that under the current things, a board member could miss 4 meetings under provincial regulations without any, I don't know what the right word is, but can miss 4 before anything would happen. So I think we would create a bit of a conflict, we'd end up maybe in manipulation. And also I think Director Davidoff's comments are extremely well taken. So my survey results, I want to pull them out of there because I was thinking maybe the number of remotes should be limited, but I don't know how to do that. So I think we should, everything else I don't really have an issue with, but I think this is such a major issue that we need to ensure that we don't embed that part in anything. And because the policies, our current one is working quite well in many ways, I think we should not rush hastily into that thing. And it just was someone's idea. It started as just someone's idea of mentioning it. So I think we need to really be careful with that. So thank you very much. I've said enough.
Thank you, Director Newell. Before I continue on the list, can you or Mike just describe what the LGA requirements are?
Through the chair, it's 4 consecutive meetings, but that's missed. I think those are 2 different topics. The provision in the LGA is around, an absentee director who's not here.
Yeah.
That's not what we're talking about here. So you should separate those 2, when it comes to the conversation around what option 2 is actually getting to.
Supplemental.
Director's not attending.
Supplemental.
Yes, go ahead, Neil. Yeah.
So someone goes online for 2, then knows the third one, oh, I'm going to be sick for the third one. Now they come back for the fourth one. So they actually manipulate the situation to avoid 3 consecutive online attendances. That was kind of what I was saying. And I think that's, like it just opens the door to that kind of thing at this point. So anyway, thank you very much.
So just to clarify, attending online is attending the meeting. That would not count towards the 4.
No, and through the chair, I think Director Noel might be getting into some of the detail that would come out if the board selected option 2. Based on the conversation that I'm hearing, it doesn't seem that we're going that way, although I can't determine where the vote's going to go. But that being said, we have to really work on what that would look like. And from the LGA side of things, we've had directors before who have pushed that to the limit where they've been not here for 3 meetings, show up for 1, and then gone again for 2 or 3. So it's not something that hasn't been done before on that side either. But again, two different issues with respect to not attending at all versus being online.
Yeah, and I think it just defines the difference again between being, the people you work for are the ones that elected you. They are the ones that you are representing and working for. And that's the line we have to carry forward. LGA says if you're not present and you're not doing your job as an elected rep, there are provisions for that. How you do your job is really where we need to have amenability and inclusivity. I'll stop. Sorry, McLaren.
Thanks, Chair. I think I appreciate what's been said by the directors. I think the intent behind any change here or any whatever revision we're going to make is that we're trying to balance being an effective organization, but also being respectful of our taxpayers and residents who are paying us to be here, but also respecting individuals, like there's specific needs and circumstances. So I don't know if at a board meeting is the appropriate place to have that conversation. We could set up a workshop, but I think we do need to have a frank and open and professional conversation about where those expectations lie and what we're all comfortable with. So I would suggest taking this offline to a workshop, not to make more work for people, but I think that's the best venue to have a conversation like this.
Go ahead.
And through the chair, another option is that the select committee for the remuneration bylaw will be struck at the beginning of 2026 to review that bylaw. That could be added to the scope of work for that group at that time. Depending on where the board is at that time, the board is making a decision.
I think it's important to know that this is our procedures bylaw. There's other changes in here that are more timely. And if this becomes one where, we're not quite ready to say yes to that, but we do want to explore why it was raised, it's a good thing to put into what Stuart just suggested. But I would not recommend we delay this if everything else is good to go. So just keep that in mind. The procedures bylaw is important. We can't delay that so much. Grant?
Thank you. So through the chair, I would support option 1. I'm still new here, but I do, from my experience, whether it's online or in person, I think that directors participate fully. And I really don't see any need that people need to be here in person, and especially with things floating around like illnesses and some people being more clinically extremely vulnerable. I just can't see this, so I'm in support of option 1. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Paige?
Yeah, I just 2 things I want to highlight that I see in this, in these options that make sense to me. So the key piece for 1 and 2 and option 2 for 1 and 2's changes are the executive committee is authorized to approve a director request for reasonable accommodations to increase the maximum limits, right? We're talking about putting language in that sets a baseline of expectations that came through in the director reports. And then we're saying our executive committee has the capacity to deal with other considerations, right? If we need to go beyond 2, that's a request that as that board comes together in subsequent years can sit down in its executive committee and make decisions around it. I also think we're 2 years into this. Sometimes it's good to sit down and have a midterm check-in and talk about how the board is working and talk about expectations and what's working for everyone, because it can be a situation where until we sit down and have frank conversation, things about our organizational communication here around the table don't really get fleshed out, and it could be a good team building exercise. We've done it in Nelson before. it may be time to do it here at this board and have those conversations, but as it's written, with the flexibility I see in here and that seeing that a preponderance of people at the table also would like to set that expectation, I would be in support of option 2.
Okay. I want to note that as the executive, if that was the option we went with and we went down that road, we would need a policy that outlines those provisions. Because again, we're not employees. It's not clear. It's not under work safe. Or sorry. I'm thinking of something else.
Employment standards.
Thank you, employment standards. Pop off.
Yeah,
And then
thank you,
McFadden.
Chair. I'm one of those directors, one of the 5 directors that said no in the survey. And the reason I said no is I think we need further discussions on this. What we take a look at, having gone through some illness that I've gone through, and I attended meetings there. So to rely on the executive, which changes on an ongoing basis to make a final decision, yeah, I'll quit at that. I think we need a bigger discussion on this item.
Okay. McFadden.
Thank you to the chair. I wrestled with what to say, how to say. I wrestle with this. I wrestle with option 1 and option 2. I don't think we're ready to go to option 2. My reason I wrestle with it is because natural human behavior, when you're in the same room and see people face to face, recognizes that you're a human being. And when you're disconnected for that too long, it breaks that down. And that showed through COVID, even though we had all electronics before. Through COVID, we noticed that there's a disconnect where you're not seeing people face to face. But understanding, specifically Director Davidoff's comments and others around the table, understanding that it is a very challenging thing to navigate because there is all different health concerns, all different health issues, all different fill in the blank, especially with mental health on the rise. Like I understand all of that, but a lot of it gets worse when you're not face to face with people. And that becomes the challenge I have with this, not wanting to put anyone into a box or put them in a space where they're not feeling comfortable, but then also wanting to make sure that we have a level of dignity and respect for one another. And every report you see out there that talks about these things says that that can only be done when there's human contact and when you see each other as human beings. And that breaks down when you're on screens. And so I really wrestle with this deeply, understanding and feeling very compassionate for both sides of the equation. So I'm saying all that to say I'll go with option 1 today, but I do think that it is a bigger discussion around how do we keep that human being piece to our discussions around this table. I often see it in meetings where majority of us are online and things start to get heated and the debate starts to happen. And you see there's a level of disrespect that we don't often have if we're all in the same room. And so you can notice it. And I don't want to lose that ability to have robust discussions, but in a way that is respectful to one another. Anyways, I'll stop there. Yeah, I don't think we're ready for option 2, I'll go for option 1.
Okay. We have Cunningham, Weatherhead, and then I'll speak.
Yes, thank you. Speaking to it, we can take care of some of that stuff by rather than writing it into law, so to speak, by using words like it's expected that directors will attend, a certain number. So that if you don't, well, but however, that is the expectation. And I think that's good enough. I hate to say you have to be here every second meeting or every 6th or whatever, but it is expected you will attend as many as possible and with the reasons given.
Thank you. Weatherhead.
Thank you, Through Chair. I actually prefer not to limit directors from remote attendance. I feel like it would be a cumbersome thing to keep tabs on. Everybody counting, oh, we've missed 2, oh, we've missed 3, or not missed, but attended remotely. So I went with option 1 and I had voted for that in the survey as well, to not limit directors' remote attendance.
Thank you. So I'm next on the list. I want to echo what Dr. McFadden said, just regarding the observing, we've been able to go through pre-pandemic experience to post-pandemic experience. The thing that hasn't been said that I would like to say is that we do so much work at board that regardless on where and how you're participating, our ability to network together is very limited. And that's a bigger conversation. That's not just being present at board, because even when you're present at board, I mean, I often only see Director Hewitt when I'm at board unless we run into each other downtown, and we're just very, very busy people. That to me is the bigger conversation. How do we network? How do we connect together when it's just so full of business to do? So that is something like Director Page has actually raised this a few times, and I apologize because it's always on my notes, to think about ways to do team building. And that's a critical piece. I do really acknowledge that. We also live in a world that's very different than 8 years ago, 4 years ago, let alone. And I don't want to in any way discount or put people in a position where they have to describe why they're having the experience they're having. We, again, are not employees. We are also not in a world that, I don't know how to say it, but mental health is a real thing. The ability to interact sometimes needs to have safety mechanisms around that. And it's not our job to know why. It's just our job to support our colleagues to be as present as possible in the way that works for them, as long as they're participating. So with that, I am comfortable with option one, with the and further that not only do we direct the conversation over any kind of discussion around how often, or sorry, how we participate to the remuneration bylaw discussion. And that I know for the executive, to really talk about some team building opportunities that would fit into our schedules before budget, because budget just gets even more difficult. So I'm actually, there was no one else on the list. Just checking, so I'll go back to you, Director Jackman, who said you wanted to move a motion.
I think we should move option one just as staff has written it. Anything else be separate directions.
Okay.
Because this is a bylaw and public needs
Yes.
to see a clear message. I move option one as per the staff.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Weatherhead? Discussion. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. The second one, can that be direction to staff, or do you want a motion? What would be best?
What's the specific direction? This would be my question.
The suggestion you made around that we discuss this,
Yeah, I can take that away.
okay, so we'll include that remuneration, is in our policy to come up the end of the last year of the term, so that any changes occur to a new term. So we will include this with that, standing committee. Director Hewitt.
This is just a general comment, regarding surveys. I'm uncomfortable with people stating which way how they submitted their surveys. That if, there's 5 people who went one way, 10 people who went another way. It removes the anonymity of the survey responses and puts the people the 5 who put up their hands and say, I submitted my survey in a certain fashion. Then people could be looking around the table and say, oh, well, then they must have voted, they must have said something else. I just think that I find it inappropriate to remove the anonymity. Is that one? Of the survey responses, because that's why there's no names attached. It just, I'm not stating which way I submitted my survey, because I don't think that that's appropriate.
Okay.
And sorry for those who felt that, in the emotion of the situation, wanted to state the way they submitted their surveys, answers.
Okay. All right, let's keep going. 15 minutes, we'll take our morning break. Okay. In 15 minutes, we'll take our morning break. Okay. Bylaw 2912, 2916, West Creston, you've worked so hard.
All vote that no further action be taken regarding West Crescent Fire Protection Area Service Establishment Amendment Bylaw 2912 of 2024 and West Crescent Fire Protection Service Loan Authorization Bylaw 2916 of 2024.
Thank you, Director Jackman. Discussion. Can I let Vandenberg speak first? And then.
Yeah, so this is the result of a lot of time and effort that went into putting forward an opportunity for the people of West Crescent to decide their fate in terms of service and taxation around fire hall and apparatus. The people have spoken and it was well attended, but I think it's important to hear from staff what what this means. The bylaw itself, what it's really saying, because there's probably going to be further conversation in that area and what is clearly understood. For the
That's
benefit
your
of the
question
public.
through to staff.
Yes.
Who would like to take that one?
I can, through the chair, I can start and Tom can pick up if I miss something. So basically what this motion means is that this question is not allowed to be asked again for a period of at least 6 months. So it basically puts to bed the issue of the referendum in this current form. What it means for the community right now is that we currently have an ongoing contract with the town of Creston. So the day before the referendum and the day after the referendum, exactly the same from a service delivery standpoint. The risk around the service delivery for West Creston is that currently we have a temporary shelter for the apparatus, which is in a location that serves fire protection for the area. That is not a long-term solution. So we were going to finish the fire hall in order to make fire protection sustainable long-term for West Creston. With the failure of the referendum, we can keep going with that temporary shelter as long as the town of Creston is willing to use that. The other issue is the apparatus. The apparatus, we were going to referendum to purchase a new apparatus, one in 2026, and then one later on, I believe, in 2020 or 2029. That apparatus in 2026, we need to do the referendum now because there's such a long build time for fire apparatus right now. So when that apparatus comes up for certification 26, and if we can't certify it for an extension or fire underwriter survey won't let us certify it any further, that puts fire protection at risk for the community. So there's no immediate threat to it, but definitely we have to start thinking about what fire protection looks like down the road for the community.
Can you put Cunningham on the list, please? And Graham? Yeah. No, good. Okay, I want to ask a question and follow up to Vandenberg's because quite a few, not quite a few, I think maybe even just last year, we went to UBCM and we actually asked them what occurs because we need public assent when that fails and we now can't certify our apparatus. Do we go back to them and say, so this happened, what are we doing?
Through the chair, no, I think the question would be, what we went to the ministry with was referendums for something like this seem overly costly to ask a question, particularly when you're just asking for the apparatus for a sustained service and you're asking to borrow that for that apparatus going forward and you spend $20,000 on a referendum. So we were one of the ministry to say for apparatus specific, could we go to AAP and make that a little bit less onerous from a cost perspective? In this case, we were also asking for borrowing for the fire hall, so that's not something that would be applicable here. And the certification, yes, that's another issue altogether in terms of how long fire underwriter survey lets these apparatus be on the road for the amount that we as a regional district actually use them. We're not a Surrey, we're not a Burnaby where these trucks are on the road all the time. You know, we're having certified these trucks for 25, 30 years, get to the end of life and they've got, 5,000 kilometers. So,
Go ahead.
Respectfully through the chair, and it just, to further substantiate CAO Horn's point, is that, in those previous referendums we were talking about, those assent votes, we saw an average between 3 and 5% voter turnout. There were more people working in the polling station than there were actually in the polling station most of the day. Whereas for this assent vote, what we actually saw was 53% turnout. So this was an instance where an assent vote was absolutely required.
Yeah.
Where, again, in those previous instances, it felt like by and large the community signaled that really we're going to do this because we need fire trucks, right? It was a very clear signal from the, potentially these could have happened through AAP alternative approval process at considerable savings services.
Thank you. I do stand corrected in that there is a difference between what your referendum question was and the apparatus aspect. I think that one still remains one that from, the FUS perspective, it puts us in a really awkward position, but your overall fire question, that one was important and I hear people's came out. So I just wanted to correct myself on that. Cunningham was next, I believe. Were you on that? Yeah. I was wrong. Lockwood, then Cunningham. You can go first. Cunningham, go first.
Woke me up again. I was just about ready to go back to sleep. I'm sorry, I'm kidding, of course. Never mind.
Go ahead, Cunningham.
Thank you. question, of course, is difficult, but the real answer is, how do we get them what they need in, not immediately, but perhaps in the longer term? And there are, if now I understand the province has said that, or something, it said that we can use the, for lack of a better term, the gas tax monies, for funding equipment. Perhaps looking at doing some of that, and perhaps looking at, some kinds of grants and things that kind of reduce the immediate taxation to the community, the tax cost of the community, I think, might, get them to participate in a better way. And that's a suggestion for going ahead and being able to provide, because we recognize all those things said about aging fire trucks and fire underwriters and so forth, and I'm sure they do too. But the thing is, if we keep working towards it, there's a really good chance that the underwriters will not draw and they go away, because we are working towards something. I know that's what they said when we did it in Weimar 35, 40 years ago. Hopefully they'll be just as generous this time as we start working at a way forward, and do that in consultation with people in the area. Just a suggestion for the future rather than mystery about the past.
Thank you. Dr. Page. Oh, no, Lockwood. Sorry.
I just have a question about the temporary shelter, because this has been a conversation before. Is this not on private property through the staff?
Through the chair, yes, it is. And then that's the risk, is that that individual might say, I'm doing something with that land, I don't want it on my property.
So,
not to mention it's not in line with fire regulations in some respects as well, if you want to get them off there.
supplemental, so whether they did anything with their land or not, if something happened that, God forbid, that the person passed away and they had to do something and it happened tomorrow, where would that truck have to go? If it's with the town of Creston, would that truck have to go to the town of Creston to be housed?
So the chair, I actually don't know the answer to that. We have to look at what the options were. On a temporary basis, maybe we can house it somewhere else so that they have access. Because right now that area is acting as more or less a satellite hall. When you think of our Balfour Harrop service, for example, Harrop's a satellite hall across the ferry, and there's trucks there as well. So it's a matter of getting the members to those apparatus to respond. And the fact that the apparatus are there and not sitting in the town, then that allows us to have fire protection in the area and be certified to a certain level. If the trucks move out of the area, that will lower the response rating for the community to a certain degree.
So just one more, just for clarification, because this is something that's coming up around a few other things, is so are we allowed to have a public hearing before a referendum so the public can understand that entire situation or what's putting forward?
So, through the chair, we had 3 very in-depth
Oh, okay, never mind.
meetings with them.
Never mind, okay.
And that was just, through the chair, that was just in the 6 months leading up to the referendum. We had 4 before that, talking about the cost that were required to spend on these fire halls. These fire halls have to be built to post-disaster standard. They're not regular buildings. So that's the stickler. That's the stickler with these things, is that it's not a $400,000 building. It's a $1.2-1.6 million building.
Which on the community works fund, I think we get 1.3 a year for everybody, so. Tom, go ahead, Tom, and then I'm gonna speak.
Respectfully to the chair, one issue that further complicated this assent vote and the service provision in general is that a proportion of the service area is actually within the 14-kilometer range of the town of Creston. So while fire protection ratings and insurance values will change for some of the residents of the fire protection area or other residents within the fire protection area, those fire protection ratings will not change in this instance. And I suspect that if you could geographically locate the votes as to how they fell within the service area, potentially you would see that somebody got in their car and drove to the Creston Fire Hall and understood the implications on them as individuals.
So just a reminder that we're on a motion that we can't actually do anything different than move this motion, and there's gonna be a lot more work to do this. I really respect the years in this. I'll just note also that this is not just this term, this is a long term, several term process. So Paige, you're next on the list, but if we're gonna get into how we're gonna fix this, I'd say we just need to deal with the motion and let staff and the directors work on it.
So just thinking about how this will play out in the coming years. 2026 comes around, we might there might be an extension put on this apparatus and its housing. But potentially we start to lose certification that impacts the fire insurance that affects those properties. We may end up in a situation where Creston is being leaned on further to provide the service, or be expected to provide the service because the overlap evaporates. So would there be a potentiality for extra contracting costs with this town of Creston for the services we'll be providing more of if we're not able to buttress those changes, if we're not able to figure out extensions and figure out how to keep that rating?
Yeah, through the chair, we haven't had those conversations yet. I think the bigger risk is that right now the town of Creston's able to respond because there's apparatus in that building. If those apparatus are no longer there, they have to use their own apparatus to come into West Creston. So then they have to start doing a risk analysis, is that if there's a fire in West Creston, are they leaving the town at risk if something happens there? I don't know the answer to that question, so I can't get into whether or not they would continue the contract at that point. So that's a to be determined.
So I'd like us to not go down a road of unknowns and just, we have to deal with this motion, we can't change it. And leave it to the directors and staff to figure out plan B. Okay. Good. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. It's a difficult one, I don't discount that. Okay, 10:27, let's take our morning break. We'll come back to 8.3. Thank you. All right, folks, we are back. I'll just see if we've got Director Davidoff, Fike, Hanegraaff. Hello, Director Hanegraaff. Hello, Director Fike. Director Davidoff, are you with us?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Did we have anyone else online, Director wise? Yes, he stepped away. Okay, 8.3 permissive tax exemption. We do this every year. Anyone want to start with a motion or a question?
I'll move 3 readings.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Discussion? All those in favor? Oh, good job. Okay, good job. All those in favor? Opposed?
2/3 chair, it says.
Yeah, 2/3 vote.
Okay, 2/3. All those in favor? Anybody opposed? Thank you. And for adoption.
Sure, move adoption.
Thank you. Second, thank you. All those in favor? Anybody opposed? Okay. Bylaw 2972, Central Waste Management Subregion Recycling and Fleet Building Loan. Director Newell's not here. Would someone else like to take that for Central? Thank you, Director Page.
That the Central Waste Management Subregion Refuse and Disposal Recycling Service, Nelson Recycling and Fleet Buildings, loan authorization bylaw number 2972, 2024 be adopted, and the chair, corporate officer, be authorized to sign the same.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you. It's for adoption, so no discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Bylaw 2973, also for adoption.
I will move that recommendation that the West Waste Management Subregion Refuse Disposal Recycling Service, Nacup Primary Nacup Landfill Loan Authorization Bylaw number 2973/2024 be adopted and chair and corporate officer be authorized to sign the same.
Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. checking the screen. So just two directors on, oh, three, oh, David off has his camera off, okay. 8.6, Tom, you did a really great report. We've been aware of this. Oh, no, that's the next one, fire service amendments. Okay. Is there anything you want to say, Tom, before we jump in on this one? This is 8.6, volunteer fire service regulation amendment.
Respectfully through the chair, when we wrote the initial regulatory bylaw 2 years ago, we were well prepared for the change that were coming through the Fire Safety Act. The bylaw as it currently exists reflects the authorities required to do the things required by the Fire Safety Act, by our fire chiefs and by our fire departments. The proposed amendment is largely administrative and basically suits the language of the Fire Safety Act. I worked with our regional chief vice a great deal on this. He had a lot to offer on it. Yeah, we wrote this report.
Thank you. And Tristan, I do see you there. I just wanted to see if there's anything you wanted to add to that.
Through the chair, nothing to add at this time.
Okay, great, thanks. So I'll start with Jackman.
Yeah, thank you. So this is another one of these great things, and yes, staff has appropriately put the right words in and taken other words out, because my understanding is the province says we have to do this by October 28th, or who knows what, one of these good things that potentially could increase our costs substantially. Now, the out, as I understand it, is even though we're required to have the regional fire chief to have the authority to act as or designate a fire investigator, that we don't need to do that. That the Dominion or the Dominion Federal, that the Office of the Fire Commissioner will do that. What kind of makes me nervous is we're giving the chief the authority outside of the board now to do that. And then what, to also start investigating because a fire is interesting and let's just get in there and do it ourselves. Or even if we invite the Victoria people up on travel status, whatever they have to do, they maybe tag along a bit. Now, learning experience and tagging along, I'm good with. But how do we know that we don't start investigating enough incidents that all of a sudden it's draining our budgets? So there's no restriction in this authority that I see that could ever come back to the board except maybe just hey, by the way, we need another 0.5 FTE because we're looking at all these things that Victoria said we couldn't get to, so we just did. I'm a little nervous.
Go ahead, Stuart.
To the chair, yeah, definitely understand the nervousness. I was on the UBCM working group with a number of elected officials, Office of the Fire Commissioner, to work through the Fire Safety Act and how the policies and procedures would work for these inspections. It's very much understood by the OFC that we are not doing this. We are not increasing our budgets to do this. We are putting it on them. I think that motion 3 of this section should provide the board some comfort that we're going to be developing some policies around how this would be done. It's not my expectation. We went through the whole gamut with the OFC telling them that we have to start a new service. There'd be increased budgets, looking at the population of buildings within the rural areas. What do we do with areas that don't have fire protection? You know, how do we address those things? So this is something where there actually is procedures that we developed through that working group around how we would access the services of the OFC and when we contact them. And then with my regional chief vice and myself, we'll sit down and make sure that that's understood, that it is not something that we're going to get into and start using our current staff contingent to do this work.
So supplemental. Yes. So as we develop those policies and the like, and I know maybe Evan's listening and he might bristle at this, I'd almost like to see a budget line item that was maybe very specific, support to the OFC, $5,000 a year total, something like that, so that we track it very specifically. Because look at what we've done for resource recovery and recycling and all these things. The staff time is enormous. When recycling in BC is free, but our direct cost to taxpayer and staff time is enormous. And then we get back, well, how much time did it take you? What did it cost you? So when we develop that policy, I'd love to see a line item. Support for the OFC investigations, and then we actually track it, not meaning to be horribly burdensome on our new fire chief, but I would love to be able to tell the province to the dollar and cent whether this is working or not. Anyway, future thoughts.
My bad joke of the day is this is why I wanted provincial administration on our agenda, because pretty much our agenda would be what the province is telling us to do. Sorry.
Yeah.
Tristan was, just let us know if you want to add anything or respond. Feel free to. Good.
Through the chair, yeah, we do have staff dedicated currently to providing that service right now. In terms of changes, nothing structurally would change in our organization and our staffing. In terms of this bylaw amendment, we're just changing the wording in the amendment to reflect the removal of the LAFC, or the local assistant to the fire commissioner portion. We do have a fire service advisor for the southeast, but that's one person that monitors the whole southeastern portion of British Columbia. So they're very, very taxed in staffing on their end as well.
Thank you, Tristan. So we've got Cunningham and Davidoff, no motions on the floor right now.
Thank you. I think traditionally, of course, as Pete just mentioned, the LAFC, the local assistant to the fire commissioner, did most of the rural inspections in the rural area. At the present time, of course, all chiefs do find cause of fire after the fact, unless it gets this loss of life or something really tremendous. In which case, we've always called the fire commissioner in, and we have always called the fire commissioners in traditionally for inspections where the premises being inspected, the person did not want us to do that, or thought that we weren't doing a fair inspection, or the fact that I'll use an example. One of the owners of the Weimer Hotel didn't like the fact that I said, listen, you can't have those extension cords running up and down the stairs to plug in your heaters on the 3rd floor. And he said, well, I can do it out. No, you can't. And garden hoses are not a proper method of fire extinguishment in a hotel. When in case what you do is you call the fire commissioner's office, and of course they are God, and they'll tell them what they really did. On behalf of they assisted the chief and the department. I like that kind of part of it, but again, we can't have, what the province wants us or wanted us to do was to do everything now, all the inspections for everything, and many people are, if it's not in your area, no, I don't think so. But if you have no fire department, for example, in your area, so who would be doing the inspection, and what would they be inspecting? I think the whole question is a deep one. Thank you.
Thank you. So the policies will come back to us that'll outline that. So can you add Hewitt to the list? Davidoff, go ahead, and again, no motions on the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Well, first of all, I want to thank our fire services for their for everything they do for our communities, and I do that every chance I get. I echo Director Jackman's concerns. The offloading and downloading and the subsidy that we have to provide through our taxation is ever increasing. We can't 100% do everything we want to do with recycling because they're only paying for some of it. Interior health inspections for septic systems and stuff now have been designated or delegated to advisors, which has increased the cost incredibly for anybody doing anything with the septic system. Conservation officers, we don't have enough. So as local directors, what we're doing is we're subsidizing. I mean, I gave a grant to the government to pay for tipping fees, and then they said we can't accept it. And then I had to do it to to an organization. It's just constant offloading, downloading that is without the funding. If it had a check attached to it, I mean, that'd be different, but it's just never ending. And our constituents are maxed out. And I'm sure during this budget round, we're going to be coming to them with more staffing requirements. So I get it. It's important, work. But again, adding this to the load that our volunteer firefighters are doing already, and I get it that the chief would be doing this and chiefs would be doing this, but it's got to come with the check. So I'll stop there, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Davidoff. Stuart, can you clarify?
Sure, through the chair, Director Davidoff, it seems like you think that chiefs are going to be required to do this. Although the chiefs are being appointed inspector or the ability to designate an inspector in the bylaws, what we've agreed through the Fire Safety Act with the OFC is that we can essentially pass this on to them. And they will be required to resource people to do these inspections or investigations.
Supplement.
So although Director Jackman's correct, there's always something that comes up. Heck, the discussion we're having now wouldn't be had if they weren't doing this. So there's always some time spent on this, and it's going to be a lot less than otherwise could have been if the Fire Safety Act was put through in its original form. But nonetheless, we will make sure that the board is aware of that burden on staff, whether it's regional fire or administration, in order to make this work.
Supplemental, Chair.
Yeah, just one sec before your supplemental, just note the third motion to create a policy will be where we get those details on how that's done. So back to you, Director Davidoff.
Yeah, my fear is that this is the start, this is the top of the slippery slope. We're going to do this part. The next part is, okay, now you guys are doing it and your ratepayers are paying for it. That's my fear. And in a whole bunch of things, that's what's happening. You know, it's everything. Hazard mapping. Here's some initial funding for you, and then who maintains all this stuff? Like you get where I'm going. I think the board members that have been around a while can appreciate Director Jackman's comments and my comments that we keep, you know, they make a change, or look what our planning department's going through right now, and what the government downloaded and offloaded on us. So basically, I think this is step one. The other shoe is going to drop in a while. So that's my concern. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Director Hewitt, can you put Cunningham on for the second time? No motion on the floor yet. Director Hewitt.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm just through to staff. I'm wondering specifically for how it impacts the village of Caslin, because we are a participant in the fire service, but this only addresses Area D. And it was just in the last 2 years that we've moved away from getting an outside organization to do our fire inspections, and they were inadequate, to say the least. And we were pleased with what was done by the regional district. So how does this impact us? I just don't want to see a system where the village of Caslo is being taxed for doing funding inspections for Area D, but then contracting to the regional district for that same service. So we're essentially paying almost twice for that through the service and on a contract basis. Like I said, we were happy as being an occupant in a downtown building in Caslo. The level of inspection was far superior, right? The person didn't come in with a pre-written up thing that says just sign here. So that's my question.
Thanks. Go ahead, sir.
So through the chair, nothing will change because the Fire Safety Act that's coming to replace the Fire Services Act doesn't change the responsibility that municipalities have for inspections. So that process will stay exactly the same. This is the new wording in the Fire Safety Act is that previously there was no requirement for regional districts to worry about fire inspections for public buildings in rural areas. And now they're saying there is a responsibility. That responsibility originally was supposed to be on the regional district to fund and to undertake all the inspections in all public buildings. Through the work that we've done, we've been able to scale that back so that it's only on a complaint basis or as needed basis. So it's not something where now we have a blanket, we're going to call the OFC and say, we've got to do every public building in the RD. That's not the case either. It's based on complaint. So someone sees a daycare operating and they're concerned about the access and egress perhaps, they might call and say, that's my child's there and I'd like it inspected, something like that. In the case of the regional district and the cost that you mentioned, so I could only see that being like the only cost that might come out of the Caslo and Area D fire budget would be if there was an inspection and Chief Graham went along with the OFC individual. As, you know, Director Jackman mentioned, they might go along to, you know, see how it's done, whether it's a learning thing, whether it's a, you know, it's our community, so I want to accompany you, something like that. So there'd be a staff time there that's already in the budget, but I wouldn't see anything additional added to the budget. It would be in that already approved position for Chief Graham. Yeah.
And Director Hewitt, just because I actually asked that question, just to clarify, because I wanted to know. It's important to note that rural administration carries a certain percentage for fire services in rural areas. And that I believe if there was any additional cost from an administrative perspective that was specific to the rural areas, it would go through rural administration. I don't believe, but we'll see that at budget. But at this time, there's no anticipation that there'll be a change that would be a double to municipality contracting now. Correct? Okay. Graham, for the first time, go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to move the motion
Thank
that the Regional District of Central Kootenay Volunteer Fire Service Regulation Amendment Bylaw number 2978/2024 be read a first, second, and third time by content.
We have a second. Thank you, Hewitt. And for any discussion on that one, Graham, or just move the motion? Thank you. Cunningham for a second time. I have no one else on the list, so go ahead.
Speaking generally though to the question that we've spoken about with regards to downloading. The community charter, when we wrote it up almost a quarter century ago, said that the provincial government would not download without consultation with the communities. And that worked for about 5 years, and then it's been slipping and slipping and slipping, and now we're in the same situation as we were 25 years ago with regards to the province just dumping anything down our throat anytime they wanted to. Perhaps we need to do something with, as a group, maybe perhaps UBCM, or to say, listen, guys, let's go back to what that charter said. Nothing without consultation, because we've got far too much at the local level.
Thank you. Just friendly reminder, Stuart Horn was on that committee that actually helped to indicate that we could not do this. And so there is the provision to delegate to OFC, thanks to him. So we have been actively involved in getting this to be at least.
I realize that, and I certainly thank Stuart for his work.
Okay. No one else on the speakers list? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Next one is for adoption. Director Graham, would you like to go ahead?
That the Regional District of Central Kootenay Volunteer Fire Service Regulation Amendment Bylaw number 2978/2024 be adopted, and that the chair and corporate officer be authorized to sign the same.
Second. Thank you, DeBoon. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And the third motion for a policy.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, Graham.
Okay, sorry, I thought it was supposed to, okay, the board directs staff to develop the policies required for the efficient administration of fire safety.
Second, Jackman, thank you. Discussion. So this would come back to us, but this will outline the process. Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Tristan, Tom, I didn't see you put your hands up or anything, just making sure you know to speak if you need to. You're good? Thank you. Thanks so much, Tristan. Thank you, Tom. You don't have to leave. I'm just saying thanks.
Oh, here for the long.
Yeah, he's here for the long haul. All right, let's keep going on fire service regulation amendments. 8.7. This is Area G rule summary. Thank you. Moved. Second. Thank you. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And for adoption? Thank you, Cunningham. Second. Lockwood. All those in favor? Opposed?
We,
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, please explain.
Yeah, so through the chair, we're only doing first and second readings on these, so they can go to municipalities.
Yeah.
Before coming back to the
Yeah.
board. Yeah.
These are the contract versions of what we just did. So my apologies, this was not G and Sam. I need to slow down. Area K. Would you like to move this motion? And yes, either one of you.
That the Regional District of Central Kootenay define Area K rural and cost fire service regulation amendment bylaw 2980/2024 be read a first and second time by content.
Thank you, McLaren Co. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Area J, go ahead, Director Hanegraaff.
The defined area J Fairview Fire Service Regulation Amendment Bylaw 2981/2024 be read a first and second time by content.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you, McFadden. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Number 4. Preston Valley, go ahead.
The Crescent Valley Fire Service Regulation Amendment Bylaw number 2982/2024 be read a first and second time by content.
Second.
Thank you. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Number 5 is policy.
So moved.
Thank you, Lockwood. Discuss for a second.
I'll
Thank you.
second the question though.
Yes, go ahead.
So, independently, every municipality has to develop their own policy. Sense I got out of Crescent Valley from Chief Riel is that they might prefer to do a lot of pre-inspections. Even when it's Window Lakeview or Canyon Lister, got people under our fire services, we own the building, the major apparatus. That Crescent might prefer to do pre-inspections and do every investigation and the like. So this doesn't tell me that staff is staff working interactively with every municipality that we rely on for efficient administration of the service. It's a great service. How interactive will we be with development of their policy? Because I'm not sure Window Lakeview can afford to have every shop investigated to see if there's an oxyacetylene tank. And we know half of them have a diesel tank, but still it's outside with no containment and et cetera, et cetera. So how is this policy developed going to interact with each municipality?
Stuart, go ahead.
Through the chair, it's a good question because already we have discrepancies between the service level provided depending on which municipality it is. Some municipalities do want to do more inspections. Some municipalities refuse to do them in the fire contract area because they know it's not required in the rural area until the Fire Safety Act came in. So I think it would be on a case-by-case basis, and if there was budget implications for that based on the service level that the municipality wanted to provide, then we'd have to bring it back to the directors to meet. Absent anything from Tom or Chief Feist, I think that's the way we'd approach things because I don't think it's going to be a blanket solution.
Can I have Tom go?
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead, Tom.
Respectfully through the chair, the reason we're proposing the policy is because the policy effect is the regulatory bylaws for the contract service areas, the way they're currently written, require that municipal fire chiefs apply regional district bylaws in the rural areas. So if the board chooses to write a policy around how and when the by request on complaint system works, that's how it's applied. Ultimately, it's a policy given, but it also will be reflected in the contract. With these contracts will be looked at, right? They have to be because the scope of service has changed. So, over time, we will be integrating this information into all of our contract areas. And of course, those contracts will land in front of the board as CAO mentioned.
Supplemental, go ahead.
Thank you, because the point, and I gotta reread some stuff, obviously, because this Window Lakeview is several years old now. I thought because Creston and Chief Rail are responsible for the safe, to dispatch and return to home base, those firefighters, they are training, they're administering, they're maintaining everything that we don't have to worry about. The contract for Window Lakeview, maybe Canyon Lister, said that it would be the town's decision on whether or not they had to be assured that it was safe to enter. Our policy overriding that, I thought I kind of had this debate with Chief Rail and CAO Moore, and that it's the other way around. So I look forward to that clarification because it's not the way I understand it today.
Okay, do we need to?
No, I need to learn more.
Okay. So I don't think this changes the motion to direct creating policy. How that policy comes out will be based on those discussions.
If I can, the difference would be whether we are influencing the municipal policy as being dominant in each contract or particular contract, or whether we're dictating a policy on the municipality, which I don't think is fair because they're not our members anymore.
Which will be worked out with the municipalities is my point, sorry.
By sheer coincidence, it was on our agenda last week. And we did designate inspectors and investigators, and there is a level of training that's needed. So our CAO, with his experience as a firefighter, has a training. He's designated and our fire chief is designated. We want to change that when we have the level of training product for some other members. But to your point, I'm not sure how this will be implemented outside of the town of Creston. And it's a great question, and I think I think our CAO was probably ready to answer that question, I would expect.
Okay, we'll leave it to staff to do those detailed conversations. Good? The motion's on the floor, right? Yeah. Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, pass of our 8.8. Go ahead.
To the chair, City of Casper, Columbia Avenue, Columbia Complete Streets Project Phase 2, bylaw number 2985, 2024, be read a first, second, and third time by content.
Do we have a second? Second. Thank you. Hannah Craft as well, all second. Discussion, any questions? All right, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried, and your next motion.
The City of Casper, Columbia Avenue Complete Streets Project Phase 2, bylaw number 2985, 2024, be adopted, and the chair and corporate officer be authorized to sign the same.
Thank you. Seconded Hannah Craft. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. 9.1.1, floodplain bylaw review and mapping update. This is Corey. Oh, Nelson's here. Hi, Nelson. We can't hear you, but I see you speaking. Are you just saying hello?
Is there still no audio there?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, great.
Okay, so you're just present for the item?
I am. I can provide any updates or answers that you may have, or sorry, hopefully answers any questions you have.
Okay, great. Thanks, Nelson. All right, so we have a report there. You have a motion. Did you want to?
I have more. This is. I can
Go ahead. Yeah.
The board directs staff to submit a full proposal to the disaster or resilience and innovation funding. Take my glasses off program, if invited to do so by the Ministry of Emergency Management and Climate Resilience, as described in the staff report, floodplain bylaw review and mapping update, dated October 2nd, 2024.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you, Cunningham. Question, Vandenberg, go ahead. Or sorry, did you have any questions?
No.
Okay. Vandenberg and then Graham.
Great, thank you through the chair. So my question is around the scope of the work. This is putting forward an application to get further funding. My basic question is, do we need to do this work? And what are we trying to achieve? If we don't, because one of the options is not to do anything further. So that kind of makes me wonder, do we need to do the work? What is the risk of us not doing the work is really the question I should ask.
I'll send that to
I can
staff.
speak to that, Chair.
Thank you, Nelson.
So just a reminder, this is a project already on our work plan. It was, recall in September, I believe, was when we reaffirmed the priorities of the planning services work plan and updating our floodplain management bylaw and those regulations that help, I guess, mitigate risk and direct where people should and shouldn't be building. So that's been on our work plan for some time, and it was reaffirmed as a priority by the board in September. So that project's going ahead. This is funding that helps us complete that project, but with or without the funding, the project will continue unless the board chose to cancel that project on our work plan.
Can you speak also, just because I think it's helpful to understand the risk aspects to where we're at in the process and then not continuing?
Certainly. So we've taken the steps to submit an expression of interest for the funding. The province will respond whether we are eligible or to follow up with a further application. And so that's what we're seeking direction from the board today to do, is if invited to submit an application, should we do that and pursue this funding? And because there is some cost associated, of course, with even putting in an application, as was noted in the staff report. And so if not, then if there's a desire not to do that, then we would just be doing that with our own resources through the funding of that service.
Okay, Graham? Cunningham, go ahead. No, sorry, Cunningham's on the list. Graham's next.
Okay, thank you. So through the chair, so just to understand, I'm just trying to understand the process here, because it seems like we're doing work and we're spending money for something we might get. So is this that we've already spent, like according to the report, we've retained BCG Engineering to help us complete the expression of interest. So I'm assuming that's already done, and I'm wondering how much that cost. And I'm just trying to understand this process that we just spend money to do these expressions of interest. I'm just trying to get the understanding of the process here and how the funding works.
Sangeeta wanted to comment. Whoever wants to take that one, Sangeeta or Nelson, go ahead. Go ahead, Nelson.
Thank you. So yeah, there's some cost even to submit the expression of interest. The numbers I believe are in the staff report. That's top of mind for me because of course Corey is the lead on this project, so I maybe don't have those numbers top of mind, but I do believe it's in the staff report. We've identified what we anticipate the costs are to complete the submission of the application. This is already in our budget for 2024.
Sangeeta came in the room, so let me just ask the question. Sangeeta, sorry, you were in between. The question is just regarding the cost on the expression of interest and going ahead and spending that money for BGC to write this expression of interest. That's your question, Dr. Graham?
Yeah,
go ahead.
Really just the process around this, like we just take $9,000 and decide to rate this expression of interest, like out of the budget that we have for planning, like how does this work?
So it was in the budget, it was already defined, and it is part of a 3-stream process, NDMP, which BGC was the technical consultant doing that work, so that is why they would have written the expression of interest. Sangeeta?
You explained it very well.
Okay.
Unless there's other questions.
Did that answer the question? Okay. Cunningham, go ahead.
Well, thank you. Yes, I know that I'm glad to see that we're going ahead with it. And hopefully if we can engage the province, perhaps in even some kind of remediation besides because of course the question about such things as atmospheric rivers, we've had flooding in our areas before. If we actually had the kind of atmospheric river that's being projected for the federal part of the province right now, I hate to think of what would happen to some of our local streams. And we need to be proactive in this. And I'm hoping that's where the province will be. In other words, we have done the research, we know what the problems are. And besides that kind of thing, such as land use, the land use questions and how close and all the rest of that stuff. In fact, doing some kind of remediation for that. When we get the atmospheric river that's going to drop a meter of water on us over 24 hours, will we be totally, excuse the expression, washed out, or will we be able to face it? And I think that's the direction in which we need to work.
Thank you. So just to clarify, this is to update the bylaws based on what was found in the recommendations of the previous work. Mitigation work will come.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Okay. Just noting the price in there, it's definitely not mitigation work. That would be a few more zeros, which is part of the issue. So the motion's on the floor. I don't have anyone else on the speakers list. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. 9.1.2. Tanya's on the line. I saw Dan come in the room as well. We have a motion. We have a report. Jackman, go ahead.
Thanks. So I was just trying to rewrite my script notes so the chair doesn't cut me off at 2.5 minutes.
Oh, let me get the timer going. Sorry, go ahead.
Just a first initial observation. We're already working with the Yakinuki in our quarterly emergency management coordination meetings. Curtis Willem shows up from Yakinuki, or a couple of meetings back, we had the rep out of Cranbrook for Tanaha, and I think it's going fairly well. I don't know if you could say whether or not it's culturally safe, which is one of the key phrases in here, but I think we have good conversations and back and forth and sharing information. What I'm worried about with a $400,000 project is getting ahead of ourselves. One, I'd like to know the government position post-election. I'm a little bit concerned that there might be some clarification or change on some of the press releases and stuff we've seen. There was a 2010 agreement with Colville Confederated. I've seen recent press releases and stuff in between where some of those relationships between governments who need to sort their issues out have changed, and the provincial position is a bit of a mystery. So I would like to invite the provincial expert back a month or two after the election to explain to me where the province stands in terms of who they would engage with as the primary contact for issues, and that we're very clear that we know what lead we're going to follow. And then above and beyond that, we may have such conversations. So when I look at the size of this, I think we maybe should start with the same kind of thing we do when we're seeking legal advice, where you want an expert who's really plugged in, but at arm's length, saying just bluntly whether we want to hear it or not, we're doing this while you're doing this badly. I'd rather we start maybe with our 40,000 RDCK money. We write a terms of reference for standing offer agreement for a specialist. I think of the retired provincial negotiator we had years ago who guided us very successfully through a process to actually purchase Indian Reserve land. That kind of person, and I know there's others, because I've researched it and I've discussed this with Uli and others involved in that. That kind of firm or whatever could be an advisor and a standing offer as and when to help us ease our way into this. Not as a $400,000 project, but as let's learn as we go. The same as we have a couple of legal firms, 3 of them at least now, educating us as and when it makes sense. So then the MOUs with municipalities wouldn't be, well, give all your money for a major project. It would be maybe conversations, you want to use the same consultant? Do you want to put your budget money in the same line item as we have? And then you can just work through our contract. How do you want to work it? What makes sense? But not to make, again, a big $400,000 project off the top. Then we could regroup somewhere early in 2025 to see we have sufficient clarity to launch a major project, to go out in RFP, to have hundreds of thousands of dollars on the table. If we don't have clarity, I don't see any reason to do that. Instead, if we don't have clarity, I would like to see us using whatever we put in place in terms of experts as and when it makes sense, sub-regionally, to improve our processes. I'd love to have someone sit in and listen to how our quarterly Crescent Valley discussions go, and then later just advise staff, you know, guys, maybe you should be focusing more on this or that. I see a simple incremental path to this. Yesterday's conversation about $300,000 of a big regional thing kind of spun to the side of, we're not all ready. I don't see how we're all ready to say, let's spend $400,000 on a project. So no, let's not do this. I'd like to refer it until we are all a little educated. But I don't like this idea as a big project for one shot. And we have no idea what our partners in municipalities want to do. Apologies for taking 3 or 4 minutes, but.
I asked Dan to respond from the, yeah, go ahead, Dan.
Thanks for the chair. You're right, we've got excellent relationships that are already happening with the community, and the conversations are very, very good. And what I'm actually quite hopeful for is that EDMA, so the Emergency and Disaster Management Act, was the first piece of legislation that came out in BC that recognized drill up. And that's why that came forward as part of EDMA. So this is actually a requirement for us. And that $400,000, I'll speak to the 40,000. So in this room, there's $40,000 allocated to the regional district. So all the electoral areas get a total of $40,000, and each of the municipalities that's represented in this room also get $40,000. So the 10 of those together make the 400,000. So from my standpoint, the reason that I want to be pooling the funding, well, in addition to what Tanya wrote in that particular board report, is that we have a responsibility to the member municipalities within our emergency management program to deliver that service to them. That is part of that service. So to a degree, it's a formality that we're saying, well, it's beyond the formality, but as that $40,000 comes in, we're able to deliver the emergency management program. Nelson, Castlegar, Crescent are a little bit different because they're not part of the full emergency management program, but there is an opportunity for the same kind of, to your point where you were saying, hey, let's look at how we can work with this consultant in the same way. It's kind of the same thing from that standpoint. So I think one of the reasons we need to do it is also that money needs to get spent before March 2025. The $400,000, and behind the 8 ball, we had a big summer, so things slowed down a little bit. And yeah, well, I I don't know if that speaks to a few of your concerns.
We have a brief supplemental, Chair.
Can I just clarify that the CAOs have been contacted and there is communications that have been initiated, so this isn't absent of them being in that conversation and that process?
Thank you.
First
Supplemental.
situation, 300,000 by April 10th on what we talked about yesterday. 400,000 by March 31st. We just need to tell the province, guess what? We had stuff to do. We did it well. And then the government went to offline. So just take that date of March 31st and make it something else. We should not be driven to spend this amount of money under an arbitrary timeline. That's job one. We should never think that way, because you end up, the faster you do stuff, the less efficient it tends to be. So I push back heavily on that. And I'm sure all our neighbors are doing it. The other RDs have been pushing back.
Okay, thanks. Anything else to add, Dan, before I continue?
I would just add one more piece. So the other organizations are a little bit ahead of us because they've had different wildfire summers than us. So they've actually started into the engagement process. They have, some of them have a simpler First Nations landscape than ours is here. And one of the other things that we did before putting this board report together is that we did sample the consulting kind of field out there of seeing and getting an understanding of what could be offered to us should we put out an RFP. One of the companies that is interested in bidding, if we do put out an RFP, comes with ENCR, two former ENCR staff who helped write EDMA and specifically the Indigenous engagement requirements. So there is expertise out there that would help us guide who we should be talking to, how we should be talking to them. And that based on a needs assessment that would happen from the regional district and then the 9 other municipalities, should they choose ultimately to participate, which they have all said they would.
So I'm gonna keep going through the speakers list. Thanks, Dan. 9 point, or sorry, I was calling you 9.1.2 Davidoff, because you put that in your name. Go ahead, Director Davidoff.
I hope that's a score out of 10. I'll take it.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so thank you, Chair. Yeah, my question is, I work with School District 20, and we go through, who do we talk to? Which Indigenous group is supposed to be involved in this? And we got 40,000 of RDCK money. Like, who's the RDCK supposed to talk to in area I and J? Who's the city talking to? The Premier just made some comments about that's kind of messed things up in our area here. It kind of post Desitol Supreme Court of Canada decision. So are we talking to the Colville Confederated Tribes? Are we talking to the ONA? Who are we talking to? And that's another thing. And I completely agree with Director Jackman says. Give us the money, okay? Because if we don't, we're not going to get it. I guess we take the money or don't take the money. But at the end of the day, don't give us this arbitrary deadline. When Justice Sinclair, when he spoke at the Brilliant Cultural Center, said some of these things are going to take 7 generations to resolve. And yet we get a few months to address some of this stuff. So I completely agree with Director Jackman. We got to send something to the powers that be and say like this timeline's ridiculous. And you're making comments, you're giving us this money, but then the Premier of the province is making comments about muddying the waters about who we should even be recognizing and talking to. So I agree with Director Jackman. We need to do something about changing this deadline. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead, Dan.
Thank you through the chair. One of the things that we did hear through that consulting firm that I was talking about is that there is going to be more money coming next year. So there is a flexibility, it sounds like, from ENCRs. They haven't put that forward in a open format, but that there is flexibility in how that deadline and that money spending can happen.
Thank you. Director McFadden.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to clarify from the city of Casper, we have not made a commitment to this. You said all municipalities have, we have not. We've said we're open to hearing what that might look like. I did talk to staff before we came here and don't want to think that we are taking our word back if all of a sudden it doesn't come forward. So I want to be clear to the whole board. And the reason is because This totally makes sense for the municipalities that we are providing emergency management services for. We have to have these relationships on our own as a municipality that is doing it for ourselves. And so by taking that money and giving it to the regional district, we now just added more work on our staff without the funding that's intended to do that. Our, as a board, relationship building with those groups does not replace the relationship building that the city is gonna have to do as well. So I actually don't see how the city of Castlegar, this is going to be beneficial for them at all. I would be open to seeing if there's little spots, like Director Jackman said, where we're using the same consultant, we're having the same policy, we're working together in that capacity. But as a whole, I think for those town of Creston, town of Nelson, like for those municipalities that are having to do or doing their emergency management planning, we need to be able to do this on our own. And by giving up our funding, that doesn't actually give us the capacity to do that. So I don't see how this makes sense for the city of Castlegar. I'm not opposed to if someone contradicted me and said, here's how we can make it work, especially in the city of Castlegar. Or as most of you would know, our Indigenous relationships are not very clear. It is a very, very, very messy landscape. And what our premier has currently just said just made it way messier. And so this has not been easy for us to navigate, and 40 grand will not even touch beginning the amount of staff time that is going into trying to figure this out for us. So I don't see for the city, City of Castlegar, I don't see how we fit into this. It would be different for other municipalities for sure, but for us, that's really mine. Stuart?
Through the chair, I think the first thing I'll say is we need to be very careful to create silos with this project, because there's been a lot of buzzwords at this meeting today. We talk about downloading, we talk about atmospheric rivers. The next buzzword is going to be over consultation or consultation fatigue. And I think that is very real to have First Nations contacted over and over again. I think regardless of Castlegar's stance on emergency management, City of Nelson's stance on emergency management, Creston is moving to a model which is more independent as well from the regional district. We have to make sure that we're still working together on a project like this. So based on what I'm hearing, my suggestion might be that you direct staff to take a phased approach to this project, to engage with our municipalities to determine what level of involvement they would like to have, because it's going to be different, as Director McFadden just mentioned. And then we can bring that scope back to the board with a project budget to say, here's what that first phase is going to cost. It might be 40. We might need to dip into a little bit more of the funds, or it might be a little less, but here's what we're going to do right up front and how we're going to move things along. And that'll prevent us from being somewhere in February we don't want to be, or doing too much with the big pot of money and getting a consultant in who's going to say, yeah, I'm going to solve all of your problems. Don't worry about it. So maybe we just bring it back. You direct staff to take a phased approach, scope out a project, gauge the interest of all the municipalities, because as I mentioned, some are going to be much more interested in joining at 100%, and some will be, yeah, we want to be informed. We want to make sure that you're including us in certain meetings with certain Indigenous communities, but we need to develop our own documentation, our own protocols for consultation and how that's going to work.
Okay, Dan, did you want to add anything to that?
The chair, it would be a specific approach, like it wouldn't be us building relationship, we're talking about running the project. So it's not just about building relationship with us. Part of the scope of the project is to get a needs assessment of all the local authorities, so that there's a unique understanding as well as the regional approach that speaks to that potential consultation fatigue. And also having a clear regional understanding of who we need to speak with, would be part of that project as well. So Castlegar would be getting what Castlegar needs versus the regional district versus the other needs. Would be the intention.
Yeah. On what, through the chair, on what Sue Warren was saying though, a phased approach gives, I think, us a reassurance that we're going to understand that. This motion does not. It says that we are jointly giving all of this and going forward, and that does not give us as a municipality an assurance that we're going to hit the targets that we need to hit as well. So some kind of phased approach that shows what that's going to look like allows me to make a decision on this. Right now, what's in front of us does not. It doesn't say that the regional district's needs are going to be equal with our needs. And that actually, like my regional district hat says, yeah, let's do regional, but then I have my municipal hat that says, can I give up our municipal funds if I know it's not gonna hit our targets. And so I've got to be careful with that. And this motion doesn't give movement for that. I agree with a phased approach, something that actually shows us what that's gonna look like and how we're gonna do that, allows us to give information. I understand the constraints and the timelines and all of those things and trying to make movement, but I need more information than to be saying, yeah, I'm just gonna sign off on giving our 40 grand over and not knowing what that's gonna look like.
And I just want to clarify, because I had the same kind of questions when I read this motion, and this motion includes the signing of the MOU was that process of defining what it needs individually, and that would be required before you would say, like, we can't just take the money, and this motion doesn't mean your money is part of the regional district. I don't disagree with the phased approach, but for me, the motion wasn't a give ahead, like, we can't make municipalities do something they don't want to do. This included the process of defining what is that going to look like for a municipality. But I'm fine with the phased approach. I just didn't quite see it the same way, and I clarified that. And I just want to note that this work is never been done before. So as we navigate how we do that, we need to be kind with our approach, because we're all looking at it from different perspectives. It is not an easy conversation, let alone, like, this is not easy. So let's just remember that as we're communicating, that we're all trying to figure out the best way to deal with something that is much bigger than any of us have had to ever consider, including staff. Vandenberg.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. Really appreciate the conversation around on this. I'm very much hearing what the sensitivities are. That which Director Jackman has put forward and pointed out, yeah, I'm a little bit reserved in stepping forward on this until we really know what it is we're trying to achieve, what our partners want out of this. I caught the verbiage of standing offer agreement, just having somebody on the side who's got some resources that can help as we start moving through. Thank you to the conversation around the phased approach. I think that's logical. I think that makes me feel a little bit safer in this. So as the resolution is written right now, no, I would have to back away from it and take another look at the way that we deal with this. Appreciate the chair's comments on this is the first time into this. This is a big deal. So my comments.
Thank you. We have DeBoon, Lund, Page, and Lockwood, and we're about 7 minutes away from public time. And Stuart?
Through the chair, another option is to refer this back to staff to bring back a different suggestion. And one of the things we could do during that time is get more solid commitments from municipalities and what that sits at. So we could bring that information back, which would inform a little bit more around what those MOUs might look like. And we can also bring forward a different approach, which might look at phasing, might look at a sort of a startup section and how we're going to approach things. I think that there's a lot here that it's extraordinarily risky, I think, from the regional district's perspective, based on the relationships that we've already built. You know, when you talk about the relationships with First Nations, particularly with Yakinuki in the area, and what we've done to build those relationships. When I hear that we're going to bring in a consultant to do this work, that makes me nervous. And I think we need to be careful how we approach the project. We can't obviously do it all with our staff because we don't have the capacity to do that. So there's going to have to be some outside resources that support us. But how does that support look? And again, this is also something that not only has been pushed on us, but now we're standing at the front door of our Indigenous communities saying, yeah, we've been told we've got to do this. So we've got to make sure we're managing that message, and it's got to be their message. What do they want to get out of this? And how can we support that with the program that we've built up over the years from emergency management? All of that stuff has to go into how we approach this. So hearing the conversation here, I think that maybe a referral back to staff might be the better approach so that we can take a closer look at this based on what you said today.
So for DeBoon, Lund, Page, and Lockwood, is there anything you want, I see a Cunningham. Is there anything you want to speak to that would change your thoughts around referring this back to staff? I think we've heard quite a bit. DeBoon?
My only question is, why does it have to be done in memorandums of understanding? If our needs are common among communities, we have to do 9. It seems daunting to keep doing in memorandums. If we're all working on basically the same page for the same goal, you probably have to sign things differently. But do we need 9 memorandums? And is it more efficient to work with one memorandum? And then once you decided, when you have them ready for the actual signing of the understanding, then do it that way. But I would be scared if somebody came to me and said, well, I've got 9 MOUs that we're gonna work on here, when the goal is the same for virtually all of them. I would rather, if we can combine them, if there's efficiency in combining them, that's what I would be looking for rather than separate it so much. It's almost like there's little silos everywhere that, when you combine them, you can improve communication, especially if the goal is the same.
I think we have.
Yeah, through the chair, it's a perfect note. If you refer back to staff, noted, we'll take a look at what we suggested there.
Lynn, do you need to add to this? or do you
No,
want
just
for it?
confirming that, and resolved pool funds for the RD to, coordinate engagement.
Thank you. Paige and then Lockwood, and then I am looking for a referral because it looks like we need to see something come back to us. Paige?
I disagree on the need for referral. I've heard from staff and I've heard from other concerns around there. The language of the motion says up to 9 memorandums. It gives staff that flexibility. Each of those memorandums, if there are differences in the conversations to develop with the municipality, then it can be, to my mind, a portion of funds. It's going to be directed from the memorandum. If there's things that we can answer as local government when we're approaching the First Nations, that the local government contingent is got a clear component to how we want to make ourselves available for emergency response and how that might look for each individual nation, because it is all about local communities being able to have the capacity and having clarity ahead of time, both internally and externally, so that we know how we're going to effectively respond to some of the disasters that will be coming into our future, as they always have. And then I see everything in this resolution as it's written currently. You could add, after regional municipalities with a phased approach detailing the pooling of Indigenous engagement requirements, you could add that language. But I think that flexibility already exists within this wording. And now that wildfire is obviously a very prevalent risk that our communities face, and the downtime that we have between this and the next fire season, I think we have enough here, we have enough direction given to staff that if we pass this resolution, they can develop that program and get that engagement, get those conversations going between ourselves and with those First Nations and that we wish to engage with, and let them continue down this road of developing that communication, finish up, and we'll be better off into next year's emergency situation. So I would say this is great, I would support it.
Okay, we have 3 more speakers and 3 minutes to public time, so we'll entertain another speaker and then we're gonna go to public time and we'll likely come back to this after lunch. Can you put Hewitt on the list? And I think we'll end just continuing after lunch, so Lockwood, go ahead.
Very quickly, my one concern, as I listen to everybody, is that this consultant is going to have a relationship, not the municipality, because they're the one that is, or the regional district. So that is a concern, is that they're building that relationship?
That's not how it works.
Okay.
Dan, can you describe that, please?
Through the chair, I mean, it's a valid concern, and it would be a concern for me too, to be externalizing the work that we need to do, particularly given the topic. So if you can frame it in the way that we're going to scope the RFP, is that the consultant's role is to create the container for us to have the conversation. So they're holding that, they're helping us design a project plan based on their experience as in subject matter experts, and they would be the ones that are facilitating the process. We would be the ones building relationship, as would the individual municipalities that participate. That would be a key output and a key deliverable for.
So I would like to refer this to get more that the RD staff are able to work with the municipalities to be able to get a very clear understanding.
So just Dave, if you want to refer it, we'll see if you get a second.
Yeah.
If not, we need to go to public time. Sorry.
So through the chair, referring this to another meeting doesn't add anything different to the content that you've got. Referring it back to staff allows us to do work based on what you've said here to bring back something that you might want to proceed on. So I just want to make sure that because referring it to November just takes this and brings it to November, and I fear having the same conversation again, so.
No, the staff.
Okay, so just to be clear, the motion's been made that this is referred back to staff to include the discussions in which we've had today and to reframe it essentially and bring it back to us. It's been seconded. So on referral only, discussion. Hewitt.
I guess my only comment regarding referral is now it stops conversation and those, for today, it stops conversation. So we're still moving it down the road. And then those directors who were on the list to speak, maybe their input isn't going to be considered when staff is taking it back. That's my only comment, that we're being shut off from the input that possibly is coming that would be useful to staff in their consideration.
I believe there is a provision to communicate with staff.
Yeah, through the chair, you could include in the motion and directors provide input to staff on that.
Okay.
Yeah, on the referral, yeah.
Okay, so friendly amendment?
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you. So you got that, Ange? Okay, and it's a valid point, but not to discount that the discussions are gonna continue. You'd have that ability, so just making sure the vehicle is there. On referral, including the ability for directors to communicate with staff on their further input. All those in favor? Anybody opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, motion passes. Okay, we're gonna go to public time. So for those online, if you would like to speak, please don't put comments in the chat. I won't read them. That is actually speaking in our meeting. So if you want to unmute Hal, you're welcome to speak. Please use respectful language. Go ahead. Okay, if you want to send it an email, you can do so that way. Are there others online that would like to ask a question of the board? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and ask the question that Hal posed. Maybe he's having communication issues. Sangeeta, have you been able to do anything regarding the investigation of the building issue in Sandon?
So through the chair, I did consult with the building official on the file. They have gone out and investigated. I have been told that a stop work order will be issued. And, but the building has been constructed almost fully. So there will be issues with confirming if it's to code. And so we probably will recommend a notice of title.
Okay, great. Thank you. Media, did you have any questions for us online? The Valley Voice, go ahead.
None from the Valley Voice, thank you.
Okay. And in the room, Corinne, did you have any questions for us?
No.
Okay. All right then, seeing no other further questions from the public, just making sure. Okay. Directors, do we want to keep going till noon? We have another 12 minutes. We could get some business done. Let's roll. All right. Senior Energy Specialist, or sorry, 9.1 was removed. It will come back. Go ahead.
So through the chair, this was originally on the agenda. You would have seen it. We did get some questions, particularly from Director Graham, around some items that made us realize we should go way back to the beginning on this thing. So we had prepared the report from the LG cap startup, which would have been in 2022, I believe. Director Graham's questions about what happened prior to that made us realize we need to go back to the beginning of the CARE fund. So the report, you'll see it again in November, but it's going to start from 2015, which is where the CARE fund started. And I think that with the turnover we've had on the board for this term, that'll be beneficial to everybody to see that information. So rather than trying to walk through that in a discussion, we thought it better just to pull it, get it on paper so you can see it in November.
Okay, thank you. I'm taking Stafford. 9.1.4 Senior Energy Specialist Work Plan. There's a motion. Jackman, question?
Question. This is becoming a lot of money, which is always nice to have a gift of money, but then a lot of things follow from a gift of money. And the way it's phrased, it's, I guess, sufficiently focused. It's about energy specialists. So there's stuff like, you know, low carbon transportation, demand side management, community and corporate, stuff like that. It's all to do with energy. And the only reason we're having someone talk about that is my understanding, well, it's two reasons. One, we're gonna save money where we can as a corporation. Yay, let's do smart stuff, not use more natural gas, whatever that we have to, because it saves us money. The other side is the carbon footprint aspect. So a lot of money on the table here that's missing out on maybe addressing one of the biggest carbon footprint reduction opportunities for us to maybe intervene effectively, and that is fuel mitigation. Maybe help us out in the fire season down the road, might take a decade, but. So labeled as a senior energy specialist, that you think is kind of out of scope. But it's much important. I mean, we've heard people talk about this recently in public forums, that we put out more emissions from fires than everything else together in this little country of ours. So should we be using this money, not just to count the beans on how much diesel we save, where we didn't burn natural gas, where we converted to solar, wind, whatever, but also something maybe much more impactful. So I'd love to see that blended into the work plan, and maybe it should be like 30%, maybe carve off 20% of our corporate demand side anticipated workload, because I'm really hoping guys like Craig have a really good handle on what next mechanical equipment he should best buy, and maybe doesn't need to talk to somebody else. And we have a purchasing agent who can help. We even talked about that with them sitting here, two gentlemen in our staff talking about the energy efficiency. Director Page brought up a great point about fuel consumption, stuff like that. These guys know this stuff without needing a specialist to guide them, yet it's 30% of the work of this person is to help out. Maybe it could be a little less. Maybe the community side of it could be a little less. I'm tired of people talking about whether you should buy an EV. I think 90% of people have made a decision if they're gonna own a hybrid or an EV in when, 5 years, 10 years. I don't want us to spend as much time on that, because you kind of get some people upset when you talk to them about that. Now, they've done that. Can't we take 10%, 20% of that time and redirect it to something that might make a bigger difference? Let's get better return out of FESDC. Let's address the Ken Klasner concerns about fiber access and salvage and maybe fuel mitigation. Let's really talk about salvage and replanting mixed forests for deciduous and drainage. Those more impactful things have ticked more boxes on our goals. But this position maybe could be used to do that. I don't see why it wouldn't qualify. So I'd like to see a bit of a redirection.
Paris, I see you're in the room, I believe. I thought I saw you, or Dan, whoever.
Thank you. Dan's just gonna respond to this one.
Okay.
Love it. Like in principle, like the idea of starting to look at greenhouse gas emissions and how it fits into wildfires, so you can get a real quantifiable understanding of what our impact is. I think it's a great idea. And in adding that to this particular work plan, it does overlap and create duplication between the disaster mitigation and adaptation senior advisor, who that's their primary task. So that's through Nora Cannon, who does that work. It's specifically. And she has all the relationships. She sits on the wildfire risk reduction board and the regional table. So that is generally her kettle of fish, so to speak.
So supplemental.
Yes.
So whether we change how this person's lens and how they feed in this individual, maybe we take $20,000 out of this and use it with someone else's existing staff budget to help them focus and do that work. And then maybe you get a little tiny tax break because we look at the total resources required. This is money on the table that I want to make sure is best spent. So good point, wasn't even really through the chair thinking in that direction, but let's make sure we take the money on the table to get the best end result and not just spend more money on what we did last year because there's more money. The two things, rethink about how hard do we have to push on roads to get people to do stuff that they probably figured out, maybe quit pushing. And then whether that affects that person, frees them up to do something else, or whether we free the money up to someone else. But just not to do what we did last year, or to try and steer in a more effective direction.
Further comment? Go ahead.
Through the chair, thank you. This particular piece of work or the particular funding that Fortis is bringing forward is about creating a 1 FTE that is for this position. So while there are other pools and pockets of funding that we can explore as staff to be able to accomplish the goals that you're talking about, this particular pocket of funding is something a little bit different. So it is about creating a position for a senior energy specialist.
we need Fortis to realize the reality of what's better use of their money. And amend that.
I gotta make a suggestion that might help a little bit, but I'll wait till my turn. Vandenberg.
Great, thank you, through the chair. Yeah, following the same pattern as Director Gary is. And what immediately comes to my mind is where are the opportunities when we're looking at this in terms of a focus and a return for that investment, without squandering away those dollars given to us. And immediately what comes to mind is the work that we've just come through with the wildfire. So the lack of a management plan, the mitigation opportunities, that sort of thing, it tied our resources, our staff time immensely and stopped the amount of work that we could do. That just jumped in my mind as being top. The other work that the senior specialist is doing been great, but I'm good with it. I'm good with what the results have been up to this point. I don't see the benefit of pursuing it any further when we could take that opportunity and apply it to something that was real for us coming this year and probably will be again next year. It's just that resource allocation is the opportunity that I wonder about. So comment that way.
Thank you. So next on the list, I'm gonna go ahead because I understand, so Fortis is energy, it's utilities, it's power. If we didn't have community wildfire resiliency plans, if we didn't have, nor is the wildfire mitigation, we didn't have Fire Smart, I'd say that's number one priority, 100%. One quick side note that helps inform some of this for me is I was able to attend the rehabilitation meeting, which is led by the Ministry of Forest in Argenta. They had no idea what a community wildfire resiliency plan was. And they are working on the actual rehabilitation work. So they are actually rehabilitating areas where we've identified that should be mitigated. And I'm like, why would you double up on that? And that's a conversation I couldn't even grasp. So that's just a flag. It's not related to this motion, but in terms of what Director Jackman raised, we do have redundancies between what the province is doing and what we're trying to do in our overall goals. So I just want to flag that. I have a separate conversation occurring on that front. Specific to this one, power stability is a serious issue. Lauderdale Valley is currently on its 4th power outage in less than 3 weeks with no phones because they lose their phones. They have no cell service. And that is why you'll see me going back and forth because I currently am the main communication, making sure on Facebook, because they have a local ISP that keeps the internet running, that there's communications occurring. Power stability needs to be the baseline for what we're talking about with Fortis and BC Hydro. Not only could they be putting more funds into vegetative remediation so that the power lines aren't, it's actually a pole broken, so they're looking at 2 to 3 days being out of power. But they could be doing vegetation mitigation along their lines, which actually feeds into the fire mitigation issues. So I do see a connection with this that I want to highlight. The work plan overall pretty good. Gapping on, we just funded, we as an Area D and through the RDCK funded $40,000 for the grid stability program to address the fact that we had studies done saying your power goes out more than it should. Well, you have a Columbia River Treaty Dam right there. Side note. That grid stability program is what, when I'm speaking to people online saying, do you at least have Wi-Fi calling? And I said, yeah, thanks to the grid stability program, I've got a battery backup and I can communicate with you. That grid stability program needs to be in the work plan for Fortis BC and the senior energy specialists, because that is currently a rural specific program that has been significantly essential to maintaining communications and emergencies. So number one, that would be my request. Grid stability is noted for the East Shore in the work plan. I believe that's just an oversight. It should be all of our rural areas that face these issues. And I want to see that grid stability program being an outcome that the utilities are providing, because they are the ones that are failing on the service provisions. And the REAP, I actually didn't know REAP was still operating. We raised a lot of rural issues with REAP in the past. I would like to get an update on how it's working in rural areas, because I thought that program was done. It's also critical to this. Those are the primary areas of interest for me, not negating or saying that the recreation centers and all of our own facilities do their energy audits. That is inherent, and yes, let's do that. But these auxiliary programs, those are the areas that we need to 100% focus on, because when they go off power, they turn on their generators. So how are we being energy efficient at that point? And the grid stability program really worked with them to look at other ways so that you're not using diesel, but oftentimes that's the only option. So that is my input on that. I won't move the motion at this time, but I'm curious if staff has any response on the ability to include those.
Thank you very much, through the chair. Just on the Northern Street stability, so the reason that it's specified for the East Shore is because we're talking specifically to Fortis service areas. And so grid stability as a whole is held by community sustainability, and not as a project that we're doing as a whole. For this particular position in this funding, it just had to look specifically at Fortis areas. And so the most vulnerable of Fortis areas at the moment is the East Shore. But as we know through CSLAC, grid stability is an ongoing project for the whole of the RDCK. And so that's largely held through the sustainability plan position, specific focus from Fortis here. And then in terms of REAP and the Regional Energy Efficiency Program, yes, we're just working through some last pieces with Nelson that had significant changeover. So Nelson, City of Nelson is delivering the program. They've had some staff changeover, and we do plan on bringing in a to soon on how that is being revitalized with an increasingly strong focus on rural areas.
Thank you, Paris. I'm going to just do a quick supplemental. It was the senior energy specialist working directly with BC Hydro on the issues in Lardo Valley. So Sherry was actually making some quite good headway because she has her own network, or the senior energy specialist had their own network that they were able to workshop this issue. So I do think it still belongs in that work plan. I don't want to leave it to CSLAC to address that.
Thank you, through the chair. Yes, and it's not through CSLAC. It's so yes, we just had to differentiate. Sherry was doing it off the side of the desk, not officially. So we wanted to include it in the work plan, and the work will continue. It will continue through me as the planner position, with Sherry no longer here. I'm picking up those relationships.
Just noting that she had a network she was working with that is different than sustainability planning. Okay, we're at lunch, but we'll keep going. Cunningham, Page, Lockwood, Davidoff, Page again. Sorry, Page once.
Thank you. Two things. And of course, Fortis has been doing this for us, giving us the funding in 2017, so that's getting on years. And it's nice that they've offered another 3 years of funding. And however, I think that we have expanded in some areas the scope. And although Fortis has said, well, this will fund the senior energy perspective, we could have staff speak to Fortis about, would you also like to do these things which are also in your best interest? My comment. I'm not going to make a motion.
Page.
I would support the motion. I also hear a lot of good conversation around the table. The piece I might see missing, and I hope I haven't missed it in the work plan, is around that supplementary heat that goes with buildings and supporting communities that when they, what does it look like to do fire smarting and collect fuel and use it as supplementary heat, because that is a reality in our area. It's carbon neutral when done effectively, and it can have a co-benefit. Grid stability and supporting people in the rural area having different options, whether it be battery, whether it be wood heat, etc. I think makes sense inside of that energy specialist. This is coming from the Utilities Act's requirement that all utilities have a demand management supply program. And so that's why this is getting apportioned out, and how we apply that in the lens of buildings and transportation. I think that's direction staff is hearing from the table and looking for places where there could be overlap and can do multiple things at once. So I'm in support of continuing on this program, and I'm in support of incorporating feedback here at the table into the work plan for the next 3 years, and looking for those opportunities to support our community when it comes to putting together a collection of things they need to do to run a house and transport between and accomplish all the great things we do in a modern society.
Thank you. Lockwood.
Thank you. I have one question first. Is does Fortis tell us what has to be in the work plan?
Thank you, through the chair. No. We develop the work plan and bring it to them.
Okay. So if we're making up the work plan, then why do we keep going back to what Fortis wants? Is what I'm hearing. If I could have some explanation on that.
Yes, thank you, through the chair. So We developed the work plan within the parameters of buildings, energy, and transportation. Those are, so Fortis as a utility provides energy and is interested, as Director Page said, interested and required by the Utilities Commission to support decreased demand consumption in the areas of buildings, utilities, and transportation. So we've developed a work plan that references that.
David Osgood.
We passed a motion a while back when we were addressing the climate action plan. And the board passed a motion about seeing business case analyses. And what I'm hearing right now is a whole bunch of things. What do we do with this money? Well, if there was a business case analysis for us to consider that laid out very clearly all the things we could do with the money, how it would work, how it's apportioned, that I think that would help inform the board in making its decisions. We dealt with the previous item where we weren't sure how we're supposed to work all this stuff. So we're getting these monies and we're being asked to make decisions on, yeah, let's go ahead, but we don't have the business case analyses for any of this stuff. I think that was a good motion we passed. Like, we need these business case analyses done to present to the board so that we're making informed decision. I'll stop there. Thank you, Chair.
You, Otherhead.
Thank you through the chair to staff, and the work plan that Sherry was on, will that continue?
Thank you. Yes, through the chair. Yes, Sherry had a role in developing this prior to her leaving, and then we've refined it further since.
So I would move the motion with a change to the work plan to include a grid stability program across the regional district.
It's at the East Shore. Is that right?
Nope, across the regional district.
No, I mean, instead of, there's
Yeah.
one here for the East Shore. Okay.
We know the senior energy specialist also works with BC Hydro on complementary programming, so all of this is great. I cannot keep continuing to work in a world where we talk about these high level things where I've got baseline servicing not functioning,
Yeah. So I'll second your motion. Perfect. Could I speak?
Yes, you may.
Thanks. The grid stability is part of the fuel mitigation. This is such an old conversation, and probably what Harris is so aware of it. This 100-foot plus Douglas fir on along line 32 above the line doesn't break the wires and the crossbars, it breaks the poles, just as you experienced, same thing. Fortis needs that fiber eventually, because if we can harvest the big saw logs, plus do some thinning, 50% of line 32 in the East Shore is crown land. So if we had somebody formulate the mechanism to harvest the saw logs and the smaller logs, the domino effect will provide the fiber that Mercer would love to see to maybe move into their gasification, or at least do their higher electricity production. And we know they're talking about 9,000-10,000 homes a year in either of those programs. We know Fortis has said they will not make the 2030 targets for RNG, and they need fiber. So when I'm talking about fuel mitigation, starts in the WUI along line 32, along the Crown Line stretch, where we were worried about burning houses, not just a couple of years ago, but a couple of years before that, a couple of years before that. While they do that, maybe subsidized yarding, because it's required in line de-energization, the forestry companies can offer to in private land, separate negotiation, provide more fiber. It has a domino effect of getting the residual and the small stuff into these energy projects. We need to start somewhere with that kind of focus. That's what I mean about fuel mitigation. It provides energy. Fortis knows it. Blair and I have talked about this for what, half a dozen years plus. Nobody's making a move, but I talked to Ken and others about it. Well, it may not be economic. It's not economic on the surface of it, but you drill down and see how much money is spent on reaction to issues versus proactive stance. So I think it fits with energy 100% because it has a domino effect on the virus.
I need to go to Ange, but I do need to clarify my intention with that grid stability program. It's only part of that. Ange, go ahead.
So through the chair, are you willing to add this, the grid stability to motion that we have here, or are we wanting direction from the board to staff to make the stability in the 3-year work plan?
So through the chair, if the board accepted it, I would say that the board approved the RDCK's SES 3-year work plan as amended,
As amended,
and then go on from there.
yeah. And I just need to clarify that the grid stability program is partially vegetative management along the line.
Yeah.
It's also the ability to provide the equipment to deal with constant power outages, which is the Lardo Valley Grid Stability Program. So I'm talking both ends of that. It's not just vegetative management. So that's what I'm proposing. That is the motion I've moved. Further discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Opposed, written?
Yep.
Recorded opposed.
Yes.
Okay. Let's take lunch. See you at 1:10.
Thanks.
1:10.
Who said that?
She's tired of hearing your voice.
No, not your.
Block or 110 or?
1:10. Yeah. Thank you. I have the open, oh yeah, thank you. And Director Panagraph. Penny, are you there?
She's gonna come up. She's up in the.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right on the top. I don't know why I didn't see you. I see you. Oh, my video's not on. You can't see me. Okay. Now I see you. Okay, we good to go? Do we have everybody in the room? Missing anybody? Okay. Are you good, Ange? Yeah. Okay. We're on 9.1.5, right? Strata title conversion. And would anyone like to move that? Ask a question? Director Cunningham.
Yes, I'd like to move it with a question.
Move it, get a seconder, and then ask your question. Okay, Dan, it's on the floor. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, yes. This is the building just down by what was the original price for that when it was offered on sale? Do you remember? Because we looked at it. You recall? I know it was.
Through the chair, 1.8 million maybe.
Yeah, and now it's going for about 16 with that strata conversions. We could have, if I may make a comment, we could have had that building. And we could have had our board offices in it, but also had room for all these, the grad space that we're now talking about for our waste management people. Just for comment, and it'll be a lot cheaper than what we're paying right now. And why am I saying this? Only because sometimes it pays to look ahead because you can save money by being in on the ground floor.
Thank you. Graham?
I would say I would fully support this. I've been supportive of this project, and I think anytime you take an empty building and you turn it into something good, in this case, a bunch of businesses are gonna now have opportunities. I think it's great. There's already one business operating there, and I love this.
Great. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Emergency Operations Center, this is the update from Dan. Did Dan come back? Oh yeah, no, Dan Elliott, wrong Dan. Okay. So this is just received for information, and we're just gonna get Dan on the line. He's just here. Okay. Was there any questions or do you appreciate this data on everything our regional district did this summer?
Yes.
Okay. If there are no questions, then, okay.
Well,
I'll just ask Dan.
Okay.
oh, so Dan's coming in then, or?
No, he's gonna
Just
sign
walk
on. Yeah.
So,
Hold on, let me just make sure he's got his sound. You with us, Dan? Oh, there, I see you, Daniel's again. Hi, Dan.
Hi, sorry about that. Having a couple Zoom issues.
No problem. Thank you. We have your report really well done, and we have one director who has a question. So we're just gonna hand it over to Director Van.
Just for clarity, and thank you through the chair, the next steps to post of anything is to identify areas of opportunities, and then you are identifying that you're going to be reviewing this. It's an action review. It looks like it's going to be posted on the website. What is the mechanism for review? Will you be coming and telling us all the great things that you are looking at doing and that sort of thing? Which then we can help you with observations and further comments. I just want to clarify how that may present itself, or how you will present it to us.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair. Yeah, so there's 4 components to the after action review. One that's going to be the EOC, the other that's interagency, then with elected officials from the different jurisdictions that were affected this summer, and then community. And there's going to be a component that will be an inward-facing document and an outward-facing document. So we're hoping to share outcomes of learnings with the public and obviously with the board as well, and some that will be technical in terms of how we operated within the EOC that will be an inward-facing document. And I don't know yet the mechanisms, if it'll be a media release or how we'll be doing that.
Okay, well, further to that is, if we were to, as a group, be able to discuss it, it'd be difficult to do that at a board, so maybe another subcommittee or subcommittees, because then that interaction is going to be a lot nicer two-way. Just a suggestion, an observation.
Thank you. Who was next on the list? Papa.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. To the chair, to Dan, is I do receive some emails from the residents that were impacted by the wildfires in the area. And some emails are very good, constructive suggestions. Others are maybe not so good, but I have been forwarding them to you so you can compile all of them. And I've got a group out in the northern portion of Area H that was did some fundraising, and they're working through Slocan Solutions on that, and they have a lead on that. They're trying to organize a nonprofit society. So once they get their stuff together, I basically advise them to get a hold of you and work with you on what suggestions they have and what they have seen with the wildfires. And that's basically all of Area H north and all the way down to Slocan.
Director Lund.
Yeah, just since you're on the line, through the chair to Dan, I as well do receive emails or ideas from the public, and I'm just curious if you're the point person for that feedback. And also, there were some folks who had issues getting EFA reports, and so they're wondering about where the contact, who's the point person, or where should they contact if there were issues with those reports.
Thank you. Through the chair, you'll have to repeat your second question. Somebody coughed at the same time and I missed it. But your first question, I can be the point contact for that, for any feedback that you've got from residents. And they're also going to have an opportunity to comment through an online component and a face-to-face component. But please feel free to forward those emails. I'm compiling them in the same way that I have with Director Popoff's. And your second question?
The second question was in regards to ESF issues. Some people had issues acquiring the ESS rebates and whatnot. So they have questions around how that works and how to fix that. Is that the question?
Yeah, and basically where's the point of contact?
The point of contact on that.
Thank you, through the chair. So emergency support services are supports that are supposed to happen immediately following the disaster, just in order to be able to support people in that critical 72 hours, and sometimes they do get extended. There are other individuals that were in the northern part of the lake that had not accessed ESS within that kind of immediate critical period. And we are trying to see if there's anything that's available to them. EMCR, so the ministry, the province we administer the program on their behalf. They don't usually do back payments. I think I have a list of 10 people that have been compiled with kind of unique situations due to the evacuation orders that were tactical, meaning they had to leave immediately and we didn't have information to provide them, didn't have cell phones, we couldn't contact them. So we are trying to see with the MCR what's possible. I'm still waiting to hear back. I should actually hear back this week. So if you have certain names, they can get a hold of me. At the same time, EMCR's policy is not typically to back pay any ESS supports.
But direct them to Dan.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, further questions on the report? Thank you for putting that together, Dan. Anything else you wanted to add to that? How are you doing?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm doing okay. My team and I are doing okay, and the 50-some RDCK staff were incredible this year. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Moving on to 9.2.1, wild site final report proposal. We have a motion, we have a report. What do we want to start with? Go ahead, Lockwood, and then Hewitt.
Sorry, I'll just do double duty. My first question, I'm not sure who this is to.
Todd's in the room.
Oh, I thought, sorry. Thank you through the chair to staff. This seems like a very school educational program, and local government is flipping the bill. And it's not, I've gone over the years past and it's not hitting all elementary schools in the regional district of the Central Kootenay. So I have a hard time saying that yes, to support this when all of us are paying for it and not all children are getting the benefit. Is there anything that you can tell us that why this is not coming through the education system and it's coming through local government system?
Through the chair, I hear what you're saying and that's something that Julie and I have talked about quite a bit, in terms of like who's getting the resources. As for why RDCK is one of the funders, and not the school district, I don't have a history on that. I can dig a little bit, and bring back to you on that. I will say that the way that the program is structured, so it's not, there's quite a spectrum of different types of educational programs that have been offered over the decades like this, and some of them are an hour long and some of them are a day long. And this is a real immersive program. So it is available to any of the schools within the RDCK, but it's kind of on a first come, first served basis. So, with the amount of funding that they have, they can only do so many of these because the program is 31 hours plus a landfill tour. So it's a lot of time. And so they work with that. And I also believe that, they have kind of a priority. So if your school got it last year, you're applying and there's a new school that's coming in, the new school would get the service. There are some limitations with the location of where the educators are, the availability of educators. There's a lot of moving parts. It is a nonprofit and they're spread out doing quite a few things. One more comment on that is they expanded the reach of the program, like with the loss of the CBT funding, they needed to figure out ways to still reach a broader audience, but with less resources. So they developed a new program that RDCK buys, I think, 15 subscriptions to with this contract, and the school district got to kick in a little bit. It's not very much at all. It's like 60 to 80 bucks. And with that, it's self-directed, and it's quite an in-depth program. It's a lot of resources, but they don't have a live teacher. So just a couple of comments on how they've been trying to expand their reach and how they select those schools that do receive the program.
So just supplementary very quickly, because you did mention CBT, this is now a second program, not just Wild Site, but another program that CBT funded before. And they walk away from, for whatever reasons, and local government picks up the bill. Because the group that was putting on a program was depending on that funding and don't look out past the taxpayer. So because of that, I'm not in support of this again. Thank you.
Can I clarify? It's the same amount we've always provided. They filled in the gap with CBT stepping out, but we were always one of the partners. Just clarifying, yeah.
Correct. And to the chair, if I might just add a comment to that. CBT was putting 44% of their funding regionally, not just RDCK, but throughout the entire Columbia Basin region. And I've heard this comment and I understand it and I agree with it. And I've given that response back not to only to Wild Site, but Wild Safe, because the same thing happened to them. And I've reflected the opinion of some of the directors that, you know, this isn't quite right, that we should be doing that. But it's also important to note that we haven't gone and filled that gap completely. What we did was we had a static funding amount that went on for many years. And then when CBT was on its way out and they weren't sure how they were going to continue, we did increase our amount, but it's nowhere near what CBT was paying. So we haven't fully subsidized CBT, but it is a very valid point.
Hewitt.
Thank you to the chair. Director Lockwood partially asked my question and what Claude said led to something else. So I do see that it's more, it doesn't cover rural schools. None of them are rural. And, but you said that part of it involves a tour to a landfill. Does it have to be adjacent to a community, to a landfill, which would exclude any rural sites that don't have landfills but have transfer stations?
To the chair, we have done transfer station tours as well. The landfill tour is a little bit more bang for buck because you get to see Sam squishing things with his compactor. But we don't put any barriers on who can come. It's actually on the school district to transport them. So they use school district buses and it's at the expense of the school district to come. I give my time in kind and I facilitate those tours with the site staff. But we place zero barriers on which schools can come. And I've done tours in Creston and Udushenya, Grove and Narrows, and the only one I haven't done is Nicost, and that's just because I haven't been asked to.
Thank you.
Graham.
Thank you. Through the chair, I like all of this, this program, and my question is really financial. So through the chair to staff, in A100, does this go under contracted services or grants for this program?
Through the chair, contracted services.
Contracted services. And supplemental, if I may, is just the way this contract reads in Schedule B, that says the total budget shall not exceed 27,640 excluding GST, and it covers 2 years. That should say per year or annually, because if I was reading this contract, I would think that that amount was for both years together on Schedule B in the actual contract at the end. So that's just a comment I had. And my very last comment is that Blue End Elementary is in Area E.
Does the report indicate otherwise?
No.
Oh, probably their school district catchment they're referencing, but yeah. Okay. Weatherhead.
Thank you through the chair. This does look like a really great program. Could not this be a program though that we directors fund? Like I'm looking at Twin Rivers, they've subscribed twice and that's really great and fine for them, but did it bump another school off the list if we are spreading this more broadly? And as you say, Nicost did not get anything, and I'm sure that my Edward and participants and Missouri don't get anything either. So we have like, it just doesn't feel equitable this way. If they can only, put out 5 programs every school year, and I did read about the 14 Future Maker subscriptions, and they were only utilized in 8 schools. So again, you know, overall, we're paying for something that is really just only happening, piecemeal. I think, if this was something that came across my desk for my local schools in SD10, you know, I could fund it, that way, rather than it being through this way. So.
To the chair, I will call Wildsight today and just ask about the securing of those 2 seats, that double representation, and just get some more feedback on that. And I believe this question has come up, like, are you talking about through discretionary grants?
Yeah, or through community development grants.
Yeah.
You know, because, I mean, we have other ways to help society, to help these nonprofits to deliver these services, but it's, and we certainly are funding quite a number of other things, right?
Yeah.
And I just, and they fund schools up quite a lot, actually, you know, because there's a lot of shortfalls that, you know, are quite remote. We need to get our kids out doing things that other bigger centers can offer that we can. A program like this, I know we're already doing our own kind of recycling programs, and that's certainly in our schools anyways. So I mean, that's why maybe they haven't signed up themselves, but again, if we're paying broadly for this, then it feels like it should be spread more broadly.
To the chair, I also can get that feedback, and get some more clarity on if there are any schools that ever get turned away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Paige.
I'm just gonna look at this a little bit differently, given the amounts of money we spend on resource recovery. I know we've heard from the CBT often about not necessarily being in a space where it's picking up the tab for what other orders of government need to be doing. And when we look at the value of a program like this for educating elementary students, you know, does it live in the school district, or does it live as part of our outreach with our resource recovery system that we have to ensure that from a very young age, people understand, you know, how complex it is, what we need to do, how to effectively reduce the waste. I would be interested when we're having more joint resource recovery meeting in the future about what our educational spending and component looks like within that service, not just for elementary students, but for the population as a whole. And I'm sure if we were to look at it in that lens, we might end up with a number estimated that would easily capture this $27,000 as good outreach. So I just want to make that comment, like a well-educated user group on how to use our system is going to help us keep our system as effective and efficient and cost sensitive as possible. I'm sensitive as well, and I hope we look at the contract and push Wildside in this direction at making sure this hits all the regions and gets spread around. So if there are elementary schools that have never had this, I think that's definitely a priority, that we make sure we're on some sort of 2 or 3 year cycle of getting all the elementary schools within the regional district. So that I may not see this every year, but I will see it at least sometime when I'm in elementary. And I think that's, if we're doing community outreach to do community education, to use the system people are using, then let's make sure everybody gets equal access to learn from this program. And I'm comfortable with the cost, it pays for itself.
Thank you. So I'm gonna go ahead, and then we got McLaren Co. and David off. No motion on the floor. What I wanted to just reflect is really going back to that. The teachers are the ones that have to say we're willing to do this, and the teachers have to include that in everything else they're doing. I don't believe there's cost in this to pay the teachers further to be teachers. And so a lot of that smaller rural schools likely don't have the capacity to take this on. So the question for me to Wildside is how could the program improve the smaller schools uptaking this program? What would they need to do that? I do know when it has been at JVH, and we know a lot of the kids, because sorry, we had kids at different times in the school, mine's 15 in the school. Seeing them, like they helped out with cleaning up around actually the Castle transfer station because it was an old dump site, and we did bring in those schools, and that teacher was very interested. So I think it's a very valuable program. I think we do have a component under RBC for educational incentives. So my other question is actually around, do the RBC educational incentives come into this at all? Not that we have a lot of extra RBC funding, but we do have to give education from that perspective as part of the programming. So that's a follow-up question. And overall, I do support this because it plays so much into when we're out having conversations about the cost of resource recovery, it's often the kids who understand it better, who can be like, well, yeah, garbage is not cheap. And somehow they got that message somewhere. And we never had this growing up. If I just stuck to my generation for now, we're all different ages. I definitely knew nothing about garbage until I started working in local government. And so to me, if anything is going to assist in future generations understanding what they're dealing with and also understanding different ways of doing it, this is critical. This is baseline support. If there was no other funders at the table, if it was just us doing this, I'd say no. But because we are, I'm going to move the motion. Okay, it's on the table. We'll stick to the same speakers list. Did you have answers to any of those questions? And if not, that's my talk.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to also raise some of the comments made earlier. I am going to bring this to Amy and talk about where the resource recovery fund. But I also want to remind everybody that the messaging is water conservation, fire smart, and a number of other programs too. And I don't know, I don't participate in the classroom stuff, so I'm not sure how much time is allotted to one another, but it's more than resource recovery.
Right.
Yeah, that's and Recycle BC, I was talking with Kootenay this morning actually, and she was told that she has a budget, maybe reminded that she has an education budget and she doesn't spend it. And they don't contribute to this, so I'm gonna chat with Kootenay and see if maybe they can kick in. I don't know.
Okay, great. Thank you. McLaren Co.
Thanks, Chair. Most of my points have been eloquently said by others, so I'll try to be brief. I love the kind of prevention message from another director. It's an investment in saving money for the regional district on the road. And I think my main point is I think we had this conversation a year ago. It's all of these happened in the Highway 3, other than Caslow once last year. So how do we, and to your point, Chair, how do we make it more equitable or figure out what's the barrier? Because we have the entire Spokane Valley and Arrow Lake Valley that has since I've been at the table, hasn't been represented. And I have 2 kids in grade 7 who would love to be part of this program in the cusp. So anyway, we can find out through the chair what those barriers are. And that would be so.
Yeah, go ahead.
One last I have also done a couple of classroom presentations that haven't been, so that's just because we've had requests and I go in and I'll put a PowerPoint and I talk about waste and all that kind of stuff. So this is a complete aside, but if anybody has a classroom that hasn't been lucky enough to get the program this year, they can certainly give me a call and I'm more than happy to, at minimum, give my presentation to the teacher and very likely also, if they want me to come in and spend an hour or 2 talking.
Thank you. Clarify, it's no conflict of interest to say your kids want this, right? I caught myself on that one. I don't think so. David off, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So again, I just want to go back to where this all started, and this was a CBT supported initiative that there was an uptake, more of an uptake in some school districts than others. And I know this was a very, school district 20, there was a very, very big uptake of the CBT program, which we just supported a little bit. And what's happened is similar to healthcare and education, the provincial funding model does not build in inflation adjustment, which seems absolutely illogical. And so when I've been on school district 20 budget reviews and committees for over 20 years at least, if not 25. And the key thing is that what we're seeing is that there's virtually no discretionary money left over in school district budgets to support things like this, because you're looking at core services in the classroom. So this is a really awesome program. We've been supporting it, this long. It's really too bad CBT, kind of walked away from the program. But I understand the concern about this kind of being offered throughout the RDCK, and I would definitely support that. But just to give you some corporate history, the uptake came from there was more uptake from different districts. So SD20, there was a huge uptake for this program. That's probably why you see it continuing in school district 20. So I don't have monster grant funds. I don't have certain funds that other directors have available, like affected area funding or anything like that, even though we have 6 dams that impact our area. But the key thing is that I will support the motion, but I think we need to review and take a look at all of the potential funding mechanisms that we can utilize, and maybe talk to CBT again, say, hey, it's a good thing. Like, how come it's no longer important?
Thank you, Dr. Davidoff. Vandenberg, motions on the floor.
Great, thank you. I like the whole program, the idea. I don't know how far the money really goes. I don't know to what percentage that we're really including in the budget. Thank you to Todd for all that extra work that you put into this. I hate to think that, the messaging you're getting is we need to be looking at a broader picture, opportunity within RDCK, but that means that you're going to be going more type of thing, I think. To Director Weatherhead, let's get that right. Weatherhead, we got it right. Yeah, I agree that maybe there's an opportunity to reach out to us. So if the program is expanded and it's coming to you close to your area, I would like to be able to help it along. I don't know if my experience or backyard is even aware of some of this. But I would want to make sure that the information that which we talked about today truly gets back to this program and gets acted on. Because it's one thing to go ahead and approve it, but if it just stays the way it is, that's not being proactive enough. I think that the messaging here is we would like it to be more successful, a little bit more broadened. And if that means reaching out to us as directors, that should happen. So that'll be my gauge. Did anybody reach out to me to talk about promoting and pushing this program through? So I will support it at this point, but I will put those measurables on it.
Okay. We got Jackman. George, just note the time. We're all going about 3 minutes in our talk, and so I'm not keeping a track, but I'm going to have to start doing so because of the time, and we still have stuff to get through. Jackman, go ahead.
Maybe super simple. So we can go ahead and say, put this into, a couple of budget years. Took me a while to find it, promotion and education under the Recycle BC collection cost study. We were given a heads up. We'll see it next joint meeting. There is more money for us on what we get for materials we collect, and education is adjusted as well. So we can easily, after we see our resource recovery budget, see if there's education money, pass this today, and maybe we'll make tweak the plan in January or February to make some of this money come out of the resource recovery. Once we've seen that. Manager Wilson didn't think we had enough time to throw it in yesterday's meeting. It's coming in November, and there's a little more money.
Thank you. All right, all those in favor? Opposed? Thank you, that passes. Okay, UBCM meeting summary notes. Thank you so much. Dr. Popoff.
Yeah, through the chair, I'd like to thank Manager Morrison for providing all those summary notes. It's good information for our residents, and I think it's well worthwhile having them attend our meetings at UBCM.
Thank you. Jackman?
I put another correction, but I didn't do it by email. And the water licensing delays, I did attend that meeting. It'd be nice for the record, that's noted. And on the Minister Heyman meeting, we didn't capture in the report the other staff. I think Stuart might have some of the information, but it's nice that that's captured because that MLA is not running. If we don't know who's gonna be left, we know there's been some lateral secondments and retirements. So if there's anything else to add in terms of names or stuff, it'd be nice if maybe this was updated against for the record.
So on. Okay, Graham?
Thank you. I attended the Haven meeting too, and I was not listed, so.
So how about if you see notes that you attended, just send them to Mike and make sure he'll update them. Okay, thank you. I was not any of them, so that's the first year I haven't attended UBCM in a decade, but I'll speak about that in my short report. Okay, we good? Thank you. 9.3.2.1, Nelson Kootenay Lake Tourism. This is the MRTD tax. I have comments, but I'll open up to the floor, Graham.
I'll move that the board acknowledges RDCK has been adequately consulted regarding the Nelson Kootenay Tourism's 5-year strategic plan and renewal application as written.
Thank you. Plus the, and further, go ahead. So go ahead.
Yes, so through the chair, the last sentence in the resolution is missing Village of Cadwell and area D, so I just included that.
Thank you. So moved with that. Thank you. Moved second. Thank you. Discussion. So I wasn't actually consulted on this. I didn't know anything about it till it was on the agenda. Thank you, Director Hewitt, who, as my shared municipality, is often filling me in on blanks that go to the council but don't come to the directors. I'm not going to block this at this time. I'm going to have a separate notice of motion for next month related to MRTD taxation, but I do want to note I wasn't consulted. I do have concerns with tourism and our baseline servicing, but I'll deal with that in another motion and this can go at this time. Okay, further discussion? All those in favor? Was that a question?
Yeah.
Oh, a little slow on the cake.
I know.
Go ahead.
Well, I know it. From what I've seen of this already in the strat plan, it identifies, you know, areas around homelessness and lack of infrastructure funding, and there are additional capacities and ways that the MRDT can be spent to support those initiatives specifically, and I don't see that name within this strat plan. So this is certainly their strat plan, and I'm curious about how we express or push back and say, you know, we all have needs or shared needs and they're impacted by tourism. So I would see there being value to increasing or reallocating the 2% and putting some money towards things like pre-development funding, making it available to individual municipalities and their housing societies so that they can make investments in affordable workforce housing. And I think it's a missed opportunity right now. I'm not even prepared to give my endorsement for this plan at this time.
So that's my
Because I think we
notice of
should have those
motion actually,
conversations.
is that that was gonna be my notice of motion, just specifically around the other opportunities with MRTD taxation that I will do as a separate note because of all the things you just said. I didn't want to do that at this time because this is something that we can go ahead with this and then we need to evaluate from staff's perspective, how can we access it? What else can we do? What are the parameters around it? So it needs more time for research, but that was my notice of motion. So that we can
is
come
this
back.
time sensitive? Can this just
Yeah.
be,
Because
and we can modify it after? That's what I'm hearing with that notice of motion.
my purpose of that is to do the research to understand what can we modify and what would that look like and what could we use it for to help us inform that. So it would be within the next budget cycle. It wouldn't be doing it at this time, given the timeline is on.
Thanks for entertaining me. When you say budget cycle, are you saying 2025? Are you saying when this comes back? Because these are on like a multi-year, 5-year.
I would want to be looking at it within the next, to 2029, that's right. Well, I know that staff aren't super familiar, and that's why I was gonna do it as a notice of motion, because What do you know about this? How can we do this on a sooner basis than 2029?
Through the chair, you could rescind your support, maybe midway through their 5-year plan. I don't know. Like, it just depends, the notice of motion, you know, nobody's seen it, so we don't really have a scope of how we're approaching this. There's a lot of ways to take a look at this. It's not necessarily, I don't think the only answer is taking revenue away from the DMOs.
I caught this because I saw it in the agenda and I realized I haven't been consulted on this. I have a lot of questions, but I also recognize that there's a timeline for Nelson Kootenay Lake tourism and that changing it at this time would impact them. That's all I knew. And so I didn't want to do something at this meeting regarding that. And I just checked in with staff around, they're like, I want to investigate this. I unfortunately missed that this is a 5-year thing we're committing to, so that's a flag for me. I do see McLaren Co. had his hand up and he is involved in economic development, so I'm gonna go to him, Director Page, just to see if there's further insights.
Thank you, Chair. We had experience with this for Aerosol County Tourism, our DMO, and if the board recalls, they kind of rushed a letter or asked for our support right at the last minute. And I may be wrong about this, but I think to access the funding through the MRDT, you would need to be inside of the governance structure of that DMO somehow.
Right.
In our, I don't know, I know nothing about Kootenay Lake, whatever it's called, this one. But I know that local government representatives were actually removed from our DMO. So we have no say in what goes on in terms of, you know, we could use this for pre-development funds or affordable housing or other things impacted by tourism. So I know I'm talking about two different things here, but they're in parallel insofar as I totally understand your concerns, or at least I think where you're coming from with your concerns. I don't know that you can change that once this is in, and if you can't get into the governance structure and then steer the DMO from the inside, I don't know that there's any access to these funds until it comes back again in 5 years.
Oh, interesting. I'm gonna stick to the speakers list and come back to you, Paige. Hewitt?
Thank you through the chair. We did have a delegation from the new ED for Nelson Kootenay Lake Tourism. And the only reason it landed on our table is because they had gone to the chamber, I believe, for their support. And there was the question, they could go up to 3%, but the accommodators, who are the ones who collect the tax, were polled for Nelson Kootenay Lake, and they opted to remain at the 2% rather than escalate it to 3%. And we asked if it could be changed midterm, and it can be. So to me, that signals that there could be other areas that are open to change. But looking at MRDT and for affordable housing, I think it's going to be problematic because it's going to be earmarked for a certain project, a certain funding partner, and there's a lot of stuff that goes with it. I've been doing a bit of reading on it, so whether the MRDT or the DMO is in a position to do that, or whether you fully pull that out, and then are all of the listed local governments in favor of doing that? And is it going to be enough to affect any kind of change? Because if you water it down, right, it's just Caslo, just Area D, you know, is it enough to do anything with? So things that I look at, but I would suggest we perhaps entertain having the ED from Nelson Kootenay Lake at a minimum, if we're truly interested, be a delegation to get to ask some of those questions and whether they would entertain expanding the scope, because they'd have to be the one to do it.
Okay, I know. Mike's got his hand up. Go ahead, Mike.
Through the chair, thank you. I was just looking at the MRDT program guide, and it does say that if there's a proposal to use the MRDT for affordable housing, that a new application can be submitted at any point during the 5-year tax life cycle. So if that was the intent of the notice of motion, then if it's specific to affordable housing, there's an opportunity to do that at any point in the 5-year cycle.
Good job, everybody, on your research. The other thought I had was to shorten our commitment to 2026 max, and then we can revisit it. I think to me, it's prudent to note you didn't actually consult us. You consulted a few of us, and for me, that meant we're having a conversation we don't have all the info on, which originally is what I was going to do in notice of motion. Director Page, thanks for your question. It did complicate it a little bit, but they're important conversations.
That's what I do.
That's what you do. Weatherhead.
No, I was okay, I hold that back.
Okay, Newell. McLaren Co for a second time. Newell, go ahead.
Yes. Sorry, this has caught me completely off guard, and I didn't even imagine that a hotel, motel, an inn would collect money and affect their business to then redirect those funds into some form of housing. It's such a tangent that my mind actually couldn't even comprehend it. So as Mike did, I went to this municipal and district tax, and it says right there, is to provide funding for local tourism marketing programs and projects. And it's to help grow BC revenues in regard to tourism. So I think, I mean, whether we're consulted or not is a separate issue to taking the money and asking hotels to collect it and then redirect it to something of our interest when they're saying yes, simply to be able to promote their industry. So it seems like I'm quite surprised we've gone on this tangent. It makes no sense to me. So I do obviously support the motion, and I think a 5-year term is important for them to have that continuity. This is for tourism, and they're willing to raise their rates and affect potentially people coming here, knowing that there is actual value in that risk they're taking. Thank you.
McLaren Co.
Okay, what I was gonna say originally, thank you, Chair, was at the end of their strategic plan, they specifically say they have no plans to do any affordable housing with it. And it does give a breakdown of what their governance structure and its industry representatives for tourism. And just to give a bit of context for Director Newell, I think the reasoning, the rationale behind why the province ultimately changed it to allow affordable housing is because of the impact that tourism does have on communities that don't have capacity for staff housing and so on. So I think, and they're fairly specific about how you can, it's not anybody affordable housing, it's tourism-based housing for staff, entry-level staff, so.
Well, I think that just circles back to this is something where when we have talked to Nelson Kootenay Tourism, myself as a director, I've raised that they've asked me for funding, and I've said, no, I know the service providers that are serving the tourists can't keep staff because they don't have housing. So I have a hard time promoting something that doesn't have a baseline in place. That was just me as a director, and I never looked at this until we were at an affordable housing session about a year ago in UBCM, and they indicated you could use your MRTD. And I said, what? We could use that? I did not know that. And that's very appropriate, especially if, you know, I know CBT is looking at funding specifically around tourism support for things like the ski hills, because that is a gap. So I would propose we amend the agreement to 2025 to 2026 with the review of a year to be able to assess what can we do, what could we look at, so that we're addressing the fact that we are now responsible for affordable housing and we have no revenue but taxation to even look at that. So that would be my amendment.
Second.
So the amendment is changing the agreement from 2025 to 2029 to 2025 to 2026. Discussion on the amendment. I'll go with Jackman first.
I'm pretty sure they're required to have 5-year plans.
Yeah.
I think the other path of going with what's on the page and then seeing if we can encourage the current governing structure, which was further amended to remove the East Shore representative from the governance structure, arbitrarily. We have to go to that governing body and convince them if we want the additional 1%. Of course, 40% of that goes to the province, a little side. I don't think we can change the 5 years. I think we'll end up defeating their application because they need our support to be in the driver's seat. And it's a 5-year cycle. It has been for now, since it began, but I can see it's 5-year cycle.
Director Davidoff on the amendment.
Yeah, I oppose the amendment. I was involved in this right from day one in Castle Garden District. And basically, we had a lot of meetings and they needed our support. They couldn't do it without local government support. And I've supported this throughout to support tourism in Castle Garden District. And basically, I understand the housing for workers is a real issue for this industry. And you know, if they decide to go in that direction, I would welcome that. But I think you're cutting you're cutting their throats with this amendment, because I'm quite sure what Director Jackman said is correct. It's for a specific term that we approve this, and I've supported this all along. Thanks, Chair. So I oppose the amendment.
Further discussion on the amendment? Reminder, this is Nelson Kootenay Lake Tourism only. This is not other DMOs. I'll just finally say that, yeah, they need our approval. I wasn't consulted and I have serious concerns with it. And so this was my friendly way of saying, okay, continue for a bit, but we need to do some research because we have serious impacts occurring. So that's my close. On the amendment, all those in favor? Sorry, 1, 2, 3. It's an all vote. I know it's only Nelson Kootenay Lake Tourism. It's all vote.
Your amendment to the 2 years,
Yes.
it doesn't seem like you can do that, so no. Support the amendment if it's not.
Under our procedures, we can do
Oh,
that.
under our procedures, then.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Non-online amendment fails. No problem. I'll still care about you. Back to the original motion. All those in favor? Those opposed? I'll be recorded opposed. Maybe they'll get them to consult me. Thank you, Mayor Hewitt, for always keeping me aware. I appreciate that.
And you're bringing a notice of motion on the housing compensation.
I will, and I'll just do it. I'll work on the wording online and I can include you and do it for motion for November. I don't worry about that right now.
Good.
Just a quick comment. I think that the input, like a letter should be sent if that is of interest, directly from the directors affected.
Okay, that's a good point.
That might be a way of advocating.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So this is 9.3.2.2. This is Creston Valleys. Dr. DeBoon.
I'll read it, then I have a comment.
Okay.
That the board acknowledged that the RDCK has been adequately consulted regarding Preston Valley Tourism Society's 5-year strategic plan and renewal application to continue as a designated recipient for the municipal and regional district tax collected within the town of Preston and RDCK, the electoral areas B and C. The letter be divided to the Preston Valley Tourism Society, indicating the RDCK support for the imposition of the municipal and regional district tax rate of 2% for 2025 through 2029 within the town of Preston and RDCK electoral areas B and C. And just my point on this is,
Hold on, wait for a second.
yeah.
Thank you. And is it not supposed to have area A or that's different?
Is in Nelson Kootenay.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead with them.
So when this was discussed, and it was just a few years ago, it's the first time it's going to be renewed. We did the consultation in the community about the MRD, see if we had community support. And we established, of course, the percentage at that time. And if we want to develop it later for affordable housing, we need to have that discussion again and suggest an increase in the percentage specifically for that. So they know what they're getting. And for us to change now, after this is what they had agreed to, and the benefit they see is advertising for tourism and putting people in the beds there. I think that keep it as it is, but we have to have that as a consultation, I think, to get them on board if they want to do more, because anything else other than this is not what they agreed to.
Thank you. And sorry, just to clarify, I was never suggesting you change what you're doing.
Pardon?
My motions were specific to Nelson Kootenay, like.
No, I know, but,
suggesting.
you could apply it here too, because housing is an issue in Creston as well, so
Right.
we can have that same mentality, but I'm just saying that, perhaps it's not the best way to go forward with this 5-year agreement.
Well, it's great to know you've actually consulted them. That's way more involved. That's awesome. Vandenberg.
Right, so just to add on to that, yes, we've been highly involved in this, and in fact, we had asked them to go back and bring specific outcomes and measurables that they're using to be able to show that that investment is turning over the benefit to a benefit for the community. And our group did do that. And so then based on that, that feedback from them, and that is now their matrix going forward. It was easier for us to support it.
That's great. Further discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Chair, do we have an error in the previous one? D is not listed. It says AEF and D is in the previous one.
Yeah.
Through the chair, we made that change before.
Yeah.
When the motion was moved, that was added. Well, because the Caslow's not in there either. We added Caslow and D.
Oh, is there?
Yeah. It was moved as amended with that, not with mine. Yeah. Appreciate the discussion. That was, maybe what happens when you don't get consulted, but lots of different options to go with. Really appreciate what you guys shared. Okay. 9.4.1. Kootenay. Director Hanegraaff, is that you? Go ahead.
I'm still the director for Area J, yes. Excuse me. I move that the board approve the reallocation of $101,296.75 within community work grant number 293, and further that the board award a change order to extend the CCDC2 stipulated price contract with NDB Construction Limited for construction services of a vehicle bay expansion at the Udashanya Fire Hall for the period up to January 31st, 2025, and that the chair and corporate officer be authorized to sign the necessary documents to a maximum value of $605,538 plus GST, and further that the cost be included in the 2024 financial plans for S145 Fire Protection Area J.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
I'll second it.
Okay, it's on the floor for the discussion.
I don't know if Grant Hume's here to speak to this or not, but there were a couple of minor date changes in the report itself. I don't know if anyone's interested in those. I don't think it substantially changes anything. Basically, renovations were underway. There have been glitches. Some of the work is being deferred till later because they need to do further investigation on the structure. Meanwhile, we really need to get the Bay Area extension completed so that the fire truck or emergency vehicle can be properly housed. I think that's it in a nutshell. I don't know if Grant wants to add to that.
Hi, Grant.
Hi, through the chair, no comment. Director Hanegraaff has summed it up beautifully.
Okay, great, thanks. Did anybody have any questions? All right, good job. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Thanks, Grant.
Thank you.
9.4.2. Tristan is with us. If we have questions, also, do you want to just remind us, this is actually an annual thing, isn't it?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I believe this is the 3rd year in a row we've been applying for this, maybe the 4th. But years ago, UBCM started offering grants that can be used for training purposes. So the motion basically outlines that we continue the program kind of as is, which is extraordinarily beneficial for all the halls.
Thank you. Tristan, did you want to say anything or just give those questions?
Through the chair, I think Stuart summed it up
nicely. It has been very beneficial. We've had 2 temporary full-time trainers that have been crucial in delivering a lot of training. And then the grant has helped fund additional training for our members as well.
Great, thank you.
I'll move the motion.
Thank you, Director Hewitt. Second, Director Cunningham. Discussion? Cunningham and then Vandenberg.
Thanks. Speaking to the fire department themselves, I know the firefighters really like it because they're getting very good outside trainers, and it's really nice having, you know, a lot of trainings done in-house or having, but this is really good. It gives them a new view of the world, and other than just their own fire hall and the people, and they all say, wow, this is great.
Good stuff. Thank you. Vandenberg.
Great, thank you. Through the chair, just clarity here. I don't oppose this training at all. I noticed that Area C is not mentioned in here, both by area or by our potential location. So my question is, with it, I believe it's S101. Are we paying for this? And what is the benefit we're getting?
So through the chair, no, it's all grant funding. It goes into S101 that gets allocated up to the fire halls as they use it. The Area C is not included because Window Lakeview and West Crescent are both part of the Town Crescent Fire Department. So they do their training through there.
And Area B's?
Area B, Yak is in there, so Canyon Lister wouldn't be, but Yak would be part of it.
Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no other hands up, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. On to grants, discretionary grants. Does anyone like to move that motion?
Sure.
Thank you, Jackman. Second, Tierney. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Community development.
Move to
Thank you. Second, Papa. I'm just gonna note, for those that are interested, you'll see Argenta Safety and Preparedness Society. This is one portion of a 2-phased fund I'm providing to them to be able to put a template together to share with rural communities on how they created their fire brigade and how they work with BC Wildfire Service. Director Rutherhead already communicates with them. This is going to support them. So this is for a presentation at the Rural BC Conference from members of that committee. The other one, which you'll see in November, is an actual kind of standardized presentation they'll put together. So I'm just letting you know that because similar to Weatherhead, I've had rural directors ask me questions, so I'll make sure to network you with them when they have those finalized. Other questions? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, chair and CAO reports. Mine's likely shorter.
Mine's super short.
Okay. Well, I'll go pretty quick. I want to first just thank the executive for, I won't cry. Maybe I will. The most immense amount of support I received from the beginning of September, ongoing with the passing of my mother, but 2 days notice to get back while she was put on life support. Sorry, I'm gonna make you cry too. So given September is our busiest month, and UBCM is usually a big role for the chair to present at minister meetings, I want to thank Diana, Gary, and Stuart. I'm using your first names because it's personal as well. I was able to discuss with both Vice Chair Lockwood and Stuart in advance of UBCM to go over the meetings and just understand different perspectives. And Stuart actually carried a meeting for me specific to Area D, which I know you attended as well. So thank you for that. I was able to meet with Gary when I got back in between my 2 trips back east. And we went over notes from UBCM, more specific to rural aspects, talked about the planning workshop and things like that. So I just thank you, and to staff, Angela, everybody who was just helpful in knowing that I could step away and feel all the confidence in knowing I had a great team. So thank you all very much. The director's survey was paused because I was away, and I started going through, essentially what occurred with that is Connie's been very helpful. She's putting together summaries from different ways of surveying, and as per most of the business we do, it doesn't quite fit what we do. So Director Jackman, Executive Diana, Gary, and I, feels weird to call it so formal sometimes, but we put together some questions. Connie's going to work on formatting them, and then we're going to go through them again to make sure they're really applicable to us. And we're looking at doing it in 3 different sections, which we'll explain more in detail next month because it'll come up to you quickly after the next board meeting. But that delay is due to me being away and I wasn't able to do edits. So Connie's going through formatting that right now. We really want to be able to glean not just self-reflection, but also working as a team. So we're trying to be pretty comprehensive in what we're asking and also making sure we don't get a bunch of answers that are quantifiable as a team. So, you know, we can have a lot of words, but how do we summarize that? So that's kind of where we're focusing quite a bit. I was interviewed by, I'm not sure where it's going to be. It could be in the New York Times, which was pretty interesting, but it was about human and bear interactions where there's a lot of attractants. And it was generally around, we were actually at the spawning channel when they found me and I happened to be there at the same time. They're like, wait, you work for the RDCK? And I said, no, they work for me. But I did express what I do and what I've been doing for years, and I have a food security background. So they interviewed me, and I did reference the whole regional district in several fronts, especially with the organics program. So I'm letting you know that, and should I see the article come out, they actually were on a scholarship, and I don't remember which university, but New York Times was the main one they were going to try and pitch it to. So we could be in the New York Times, and hopefully, I think they were quite impressed with what I told them in terms of what we've been doing as a group. So I'll share that with you when I see it. I think for sure that was it. I feel like there was one other thing. Of course, ADMA working group has been paused because of the writ, so that was kind of helpful. I didn't miss any meetings on that front. And I think that's all I had in my notes. So I don't think I've missed anything, but if I have, let me know. Go ahead.
Thanks. So this year, I think that article in the New York Times will be right next to the Helen Nelson article.
Oh, yeah.
That's getting some press lately. The only thing I had for open was to answer Director Graham's question during the accounts payable discussion, Lionsgate Risk Management. That is a company that we hired to do security at all of the evacuation order entry points. So that is not even the total amount. There's still a bill outstanding. It's entirely covered by the province through our EAF form. So it's not something that ends up on our tax bill, but it just goes to show you the cost of stuff that's there. So we had to have a checkpoint. We actually had multiple checkpoints I was discussing earlier, but I thought we only had 3. We actually had more than that. So we had one South Valley going north. We had one in the north end of the valley. We had one in Argenta, but then we also had to worry about the rail trail and people trying to access the village of Slocan that way. So basically, safety concerns, you're required to put that stuff up. It's managing the access permits. So people can apply for temporary access permits to go check for various reasons they can get in. So we manage that through the security company as well. But yeah, obviously not minimal. It's insignificant in terms of dollars, but that's what that was.
Is that refunded through EMBC?
Yeah.
Okay. There was one I forgot. I was also interviewed for the cannabis tourism piece that we provided a lot of support to. So that's looking at how to build economic development around tourism from a kind of small scale producer perspective. Tracy Harvey's leading that. So it's actually been an application we've seen a few times for a lot of support. They kept amending it. It's primarily research based, but the point is to come out with a kind of a regional plan around tourism for cannabis. So I forgot, that was the one I forgot about. Any questions for either Stuart or I? All right. Rural Affairs Committee.
So a little bit longer meeting yesterday, and we had a number of our municipal directors in attendance for the last day of the business on that. Just to let you know, we don't always take 2 hours and 15 minutes to do our business. Half an hour, it can be an hour, or it can be longer. So, as usual, a comment that Rural Affairs Committee is delegated authority to receive delegations for land use applications or actions initiated by the RDCK against landowners.
I have a conflict of interest with the first one.
Okay.
Do you want to declare that?
You should state the reason.
Okay, I, Director Graham, wish to declare that I am not entitled to participate in the discussion and vote on the next item of business. On the meeting agenda, that is item 10.1. By reason that my business would have an interest and that I wish to leave this meeting at the time request that the minutes record my meeting of the meeting for the reasons.
Thanks, Director.
Can say the next little bit, still in the room. Out of the 7 land use issues, we had landowner representatives for 5 of them. Plus we had a further delegation. So that was part of why it was a little bit longer day. Everybody gets to say their piece when we have something on our agenda. There's no easy way to do this because a bunch of them are bylaws. So I'm just going to roll through them as they go. So first item, development permit, variance permit May. It's a landowner electoral area A. I move that the board approve the issuance of the development variance permit, the 2411A, 11 Ronda May for the property as described in order to permit 0.2 meter setback from the western interior lot line, whereas the bylaw requires 2.5 meter setback.
Move, do we have a second? Thank you, Vanover. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried, and we'll just, if we can let Director Graham know she can come back.
She go very far. Hello. The next 5, we had representatives for each of the issues at the table. So the second one on the list is non-farm use in the LR, Blackmore, electoral area B. I move that the board not approve the application A2402B for the proposed non-farm use on ALR proposed by John Blackmore for the property as described.
Do we have a second? Tierney, thank you. Discussion? So go back to Zoom. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Next one, arising out of 7.4 on the agenda, land use amendment, Renaissance Arts and Sustainability Society. This is in area G. Move the electoral area G, land use amendment bylaw 2986/2024, G, land use bylaw 2452. Is hereby given first and second reading by content, and that Director Hans Cunningham is hereby delegated authority to chair the public hearing.
Second in Lockwood, thank you. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Next one, maybe a little bit similar. This is land use bylaw amendment, Balaji, electoral area G again. I move the electoral area G land use amendment bylaw be amended, amendment is hereby given first and second reading by content and referred to public hearing. And that Director Hans Cunningham is delegated authority to chair the public hearing.
Thank you. Second, thank you, Lockwood. Discussion? Yes?
Okay, thank you. I've been asked to chair both these meetings, and they're both within half a mile of Weimer, one north, one south. It would be possible, to the chair, to staff, that we held both of these things the same night at the Weimer Community Hall, because they're both very, very easy, and I can't see, quite frankly. The last time we had one, I was here, the opponent was here, instead one person from staff was here. It seemed a little lonely, so maybe by doing it at the community hall, we get more community interest.
Yeah, through the chair, I think that's reasonable. I'll make a note. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Okay, next one is zoning bylaw amendment, tag and shell. This is electoral area F. To move the regional district of Central Whitney amendment bylaw 2976/2024. The bylaw to amend the RDCK zoning bylaw 1675/2004 is hereby given first and second reading by content.
Thank you.
Second, Newell.
Thank you. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
So get to do a little bit of bad humor here. The next 3 were post public hearing. They went on the rural agenda, but we couldn't act on them. They have to be acted by board.
Right.
So later you can have a supplemental motion that I'm doing part of the board chair's job today, because it would have been under hers. So just keep that in mind. So I want to move to the next recommendation. OCP and zoning bylaw amendments, TSL Development Limited, area I, is referred to this meeting. And so therefore I move the Kootenay Columbia Rivers OCP amendment bylaw 2932/2024, being a bylaw to amend the OCP bylaw 1157/1996, is hereby given third reading by content.
Thank
I'll
you.
second that, Chair.
Thank you. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? carried.
So on the same item, TSL development area I, being heard in this meeting, I move the regional district Central Kootenay zoning amendment bylaw 29/31/2024, bylaw to amend the RDCK zoning bylaw 1675/2004 is given third reading by council.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Director Davidoff. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
And the last one for this, the same TSL developments area I move the consideration of adoption be developed for Kootenay Rivers OCP plan amendment bylaw 2932 and RDCK zoning bylaw amendment 29/31/2022/2024. That should have not. RDCK zoning bylaw amendment
Should be.
would read 29/31/2024 as well.
Should be 24.
Yeah. So it tells until the following items has been obtained. That is the approval from Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure pursuant to the section 52 Transportation Act Control Access.
I just want to make sure, Ange, you got that?
Catches it, yeah.
Yeah, she's got it. Thanks.
So
David,
I got past the wrong chair. I get double for that.
You second that?
Yeah, I'll second it. And I just have a comment to make once we vote on this.
Okay, any discussion? We got our dates right. We know what year we're in. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Director Davidoff, you have a comment? Go ahead.
Yeah, because we're really careful about not commenting on anything, you know, to make sure that we did everything properly. But it's interesting. This is the former Terry's elementary school site where my kids went to school and where I taught. And now there's going to be a school back there again. And area I will finally have for 2,600 constituents, one school. Because we lost all three of our elementary schools in area I.
Talk to the school district about that.
We did.
It's okay. I'm just kidding.
Doesn't have any context.
Oh, and I think you owe Gary a couple of you know, like a sandwich or something for the extra
Yeah,
work.
I've noted the debt. Thank you. Okay, director's motions, 11.1, Director Popoff.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'll move the following recommendation that the board approve an RDCK application to the 2024-2025 intake for the Rural Economic Diversification and Infrastructure Program. Economic Capacity Stream for the Slocan Valley Economic Diversification Capacity Building Project to be delivered through Service 114 Economic Development, New Denver, Silverton, Slocan, and Area H.
Second, Director Lund, thank you. Discussion? But yes, go ahead.
I'm just, through the chair, I'm just wondering if we should have an amount in there, because there's no attachment that I saw. Should there be more detail provided?
I can provide some of the details here.
Do you have an amount?
It's $100,000.
Should that not be in the motion? Yeah, so can we include that in the
Yes,
motion
please.
then? Thank you. You'll take that as a friendly
So
amendment?
just to confirm, Stuart, is that the amount? Am I correct?
Through the chair, unfortunately, this didn't come through staff, so I'm not overly.
It was Manager Morrison should be aware of that. Are you still online?
No, Mike left.
So it's $100,000.
Okay, can you include that in there, Ange? Thank you. Okay, does that answer your question, Director Deal? Okay. Good, further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, I have a motion on here that, yes, please do.
Wait, through the chair while she's thinking. Just to let the board know, there has been two notices of motions that you'll see in the minutes noted. One is from Director Davidoff, who's requested that the board extend an invite to the West Kootenay Subig Oil representatives to come as a delegation to the board. The second one is Director Page's motion around directing staff to do a review of our insurance matrix, particularly around what qualifies as high risk activities. So those will be on the November agenda for debate.
And the notice of motion I referenced, I'm just gonna do some wording around it and I'll submit it. That'll include Dr. Page, who had the similar interest.
Please.
Okay, so for this motion that I have in front of you, this is combining several communication issues. I first want to say it has nothing to do with broadband. This is not about broadband because that is a separate aspect. This is two different things, but both related essentially to one big telecom that manages our landlines. And so this request comes from combining the amount of phone outages in the Lardo Valley, which I have engaged the MP and he'll say he gets back to me and nothing occurs. And we're currently dealing with people I keep jumping back and forth because Facebook is their only way to communicate with me at times. We do have a power outage, their landlines go down when that happens. So this has been a decade-long problem and I need to go to the minister, so that's part of this request. The second part is Castle InfoNet Society, which is a local ISP in Castle, but does also operate in the East Shore and some other kind of fringe areas, has been actually the reason why we can maintain communications by internet when the phone lines go down. They're now encountering where residents are choosing to go to a VoIP system because they cannot rely on the phone lines. But when they do that, the transferring of that still requires this one telecom, which is the main one for BC, as kind of the backbone. They're the ones that carry the numbers essentially. And that process is not being completed. So it can take months for people to be able to actually get their phone lines working. They can call out, they can't call in. So there's still telecommunication issues. I would like to go to the federal minister, which we do have Canadian Heritage here. There is another one as well, but we'll work with through staff to figure out exactly who we need to talk to. It could be several people. I would go back to the MP and really encourage him to take the lead on this and to be involved, but regardless, I can't wait any longer. This request is to go as chair, and I already talked to Director Weatherhead, who has similar problems in terms of telecommunications, and I would seek anyone else, and I'm assuming mostly rural areas where phone lines are not functioning, send me their info, and I would represent us as a region on this issue. Because, 600 people at the top end of the lake, whatever, we don't care. Find your telecom person that will give you cell service and they'll figure it out. For a decade, that's not been what anyone will do. And they continue to have worse problems. So I would like to do this as your chair. And I would include any other regional issues short of broadband. I don't want to go down the road of broadband because that's a whole other department specific to telecommunications. So that is my request with this motion. And I have copious notes, but I'm sure you don't need them. If you want them, I'll send them to you. I move the motion. I'll second. Thank you. Discussion.
Yeah, Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
I would highly encourage you to do this. We're waiting for, we've been working with Rogers and trying to get 2 cell towers in the Pass Creek and Christova areas. You might remember this from a few years ago. So basically, we are waiting for a written report from Rogers as to where they're at and what's going on and why isn't this happening. So we think we know some of the reasons, but we were promised like the funding is supposed to be all in place and everything else. But maybe when we get that report, if we're moving forward, we're going to be good. But if we're not moving forward, like how do we move forward on initiatives like that? So we might share that with you as well to take.
Great, thank you.
Welcome.
The intention with this is that we will also convene a stakeholders meeting, which Stuart's going to be involved in, hopefully Ken would be involved in, and we'd include the MP. So those issues will be brought forward because I know Stuart's been involved in that, Dr. David Hoff.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. If you do have success, I would appreciate it. Let myself and Director Davidoff know.
Yes, however way you define success, if the phone lines don't go out anymore, I guess so. But yes, I've had success getting a meeting, yeah. So Jackman, okay, Hewitt. Go ahead.
Thank you to the chair. I just wonder if you want to loop me in and perhaps I could raise this at FCM.
Thank you. Yeah, include Susan. Sorry, I went backwards. Go ahead, Jackman.
Sure, and I'll have to do this with email follow-up. We keep our landlines with TELUS for a period of time in an outage because they have some battery backup, so feeding what we have there. But unsuccessful to get a current TELUS contact. Staff Sergeant Buziak, our Preston Detachment Commander, asked me to approach TELUS and find out about anything so that we have our, medical first responders and others during those serious accidents we have on our one highway. A lot of them happen on the tight twisted curves. You can't get a cell signal anyway back there, and you don't know how far you have to walk. And maybe I'll be able to get the staff sergeant to add some thoughts to that, because we had a good conversation about this. It might actually resonate with MP Morrison, since he was head of the division, our CP for a period of time, that the impacts are more than residents. There's
Yes.
multiple impacts. We suffer the same thing. We just have a battery buffer that helps us for a day or longer sometimes. I'll write some words out loud.
Please do, and it's important to note that I was talking to Dan earlier, we have zero ability to contact TELUS. There is no person you can contact TELUS around. 10 years ago when this program started, we used to have a contact with our emergency service. They dropped that. And we do have battery backup. They won't keep them charged. We were this close to having someone in the Largo Valley who was going to be contracted by TELUS to go and charge those batteries. They dropped it at the last minute, and that's when we also dropped anyone to contact. So even our emergency services doesn't have someone to contact. So it's definitely all related. Weatherhead.
Now, just to add to that, my cell service is having to be operated by, society, and it's not, that sustainable. And what they're doing in the unsurmountable amount of work, and now they want to move their tower to a better location. Again, there's no power up there currently, as that's where the CBC radio, where there's no power currently, and the internet is no power currently. So all of these things are now, basically we're just relying on solar, and we just are not getting anywhere. But the MP did get back to me, or at least the staff did get back to me, and they too said they would reach out to the minister. So it was good timing.
Okay. I'll just note that what you're all telling me, I will not remember, so please do send it to me in an email, because I'll be like, someone said something, and I won't remember it. Paige.
I'll be quick, because I'm going to be a little topic on this. The hurricanes just went through Florida. One of the stories that I wanted to highlight, if Dan's still around, put your ears up, from emergency management side of things, was the role that traditional AM and FM radio played in keeping people connected, even going as far as being a place that people made contact with by phone to get messages out over the radio for the area. And it really, in that gap between the hit and service restoration coming down the line, radio, old school radio was the mechanism a lot of people used to stay connected, for all the reasons that everyone is bringing up. And so I hope in the reflection of our future emergency management plans and how we respond, that we think about how KCR and the other radio stations are incorporated into that response, and how we support programming and access to the radio waves to get messages out when we need to.
Thank you.
Chair, just unprivileged. This is a little hand crank that I have. And what it is, it's a hand crank. It's got a radio in it, light. It's got a siren on it, everything else. Best thing I ever bought. And it's got AM radio on there. So really neat.
Thank you. I don't think I'll show that to the federal minister, because they might just say, yeah, sure.
No, don't.
We do have a ham radio society that operates between area A and D. And so that's part of it, but
That's part of it.
it could definitely go down a long road that we shouldn't do at this time. I just assume I have your support with this motion, but I'll take the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And Director Weatherhead, when you send me your details, can you tell me who your MP is? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Canning's. Yeah, okay, you have to. That's what I thought. Okay, we've done public time. Let's take our afternoon break, but we're only going to take 10 minutes, and then we're going to in camera. Okay. Thank you.
So
Please take your seats.
Yeah.
Oh, it always works so well.
Such power.
Okay, we're gonna ask Valley Voice and Observer to please disconnect. Or,
Should I?
okay, yes, please.
Exclude the public from the meeting, so move.
Thank you. Second? Debate? All those in favor? Opposed, carried, thank you.
Sorry, did we list off the reasons for going in camera like we usually do, let the public know?
All of you vote.
All of the above, yeah. It's in the agenda. Recess of open meeting. Thank you, second, thank you, discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Chair, we're not clear on.
I know, Valley Voice is still there. Can you just take them up, Angela, please? That sounds weird, but just remove them from the meeting.
Escort them to the door.
Yeah.